Hello? Just give me a second. Okay? Yeah, I mean, okay. Thanks, good luck. Yes, sir. Just check it's not. I think you.
Hi, Matty. This is Julian. Just to let you know that I'm here and ready to go when you want me.
Good luck.
Right, the game seems to be starting, and this is Oliver Squire against Dan Rivera. So Ollie started with 6-1, made the bar. Dan correctly splits and comes down, gets hit with a 6-4. So Oliver's got off to an early edge in this game. He's escaped one of his back checkers. And he's managed to build some sort of an outside prime. So this looks like a good play by Dan. He understands the idea of safely bold plays. So he's saying I'm behind in the race, so getting hit and losing ground in the race isn't going to harm my chances too much. So Ollie's deciding he'd like to hit on the 20 point, which is what he's looking at. But then the problem is there's no really good one. So this is one plan. The other plan I think he might choose to look at is simply to make the 5 point and not hit at the bottom. So it isn't clear to me which plays is 100% correct. So this is perhaps the safest play, is that it sends another one of Dan's checkers back and stops him making the 5 point. So he gains in the race and makes it very difficult for Ollie to lose the game quickly. But he does have to shorten his prime in the process. So 2-6, Dan will come in and hit on the 5 point. The double four is a really good roll, so then he can come in, and one option is to make the 5 point. Another option would be to attack and unstack 6 point and make point on the 2 point. So one thing, so 5-6 Dan comes in, and I think he's right to come out. So the checker on the 20 point would be a target, but coming out is controlling the outfield, and his plan is to stop Ollie's last back checker escaping. So Ollie's having a think about cubing. So certainly there's nothing wrong in his position, but potentially the problem is there anything in the way of market losers? Is there anything he can roll where Dan will regret very much having taken? So he's got some blots to shoot at, but the problem for Ollie is he's only got 1 point in board. So I think it's going to be a very comfortable take for Dan if he gets doubled. So Ollie is cubing. Dan gives it up. So I thought that was a comfortable take, but it might well be that he's right and I'm wrong. So the format for the tournament is, I believe it's a Swiss tournament with a double elimination. So the plan was to have up to 192 players, so three groups of 64. Right, so back to this game. Dan started with 3-1, made the 5 point, and Ollie correctly split against the potential prime. Dan then rolled a 4-2, so he's made the 4 point. So this formation is what Bill Roberti calls the rack. So they were discussing yesterday and saying it's a means of torturing your opponent. So Dan could have still thought about doubling, but decided he was short on attack material, so he's still only got 8 in the zone. So in terms of closing his opponent out, he's a long way from that. And in terms of building his prime, he's still short of a few checkers. So the 6 is awkward for him here. So he's deciding to hit and come down. So I think that's probably right. So Ollie hits correctly. So Dan, I think, would like to come in with something in a 5. Double 1 certainly can't be bad. So he comes in and hits. So he could potentially hit again. So again, he's tied down by the fact he's only got 8 in the zone. So usually you might consider hitting on the 1 to execute a blitz. But here the problem is it's going to take you a long time to fill in the gap. So Dan is doubling. And again, I think this is a comfortable take. So Ollie's got 2 on the bar is very bad. But Dan has got to roll a 6 to make the 1 point. And then Ollie's going to have plenty of time to come in. And in addition to that, Dan's got a third checker sent back. So he's only got, at the moment, 12 checkers that can potentially do the closeout. So 6-2 covering is clear. And then he can either bring down a builder or split. So Ollie brings one of his 2 checkers in. So Dan's got about 1 more free roll before Ollie's position gets active again and he's ready to try and improve his game. So I was saying about the format that there's about 3 groups of 64, and to win a group of 64 takes 6 rounds. So there's 4 rounds today, and the first 2 rounds tomorrow will be deciding who wins those groups of 64. And then there'll be the second chance of the players who've lost already 1 match. So double 3 for Ollie is probably his best roll. So he comes in and makes an anchor and points on Dan. So this was the potential problem with Dan's position when he doubled, is that he didn't have enough checkers to be able to make the 2 and the 3 point and complete the closeout. So Ollie's already thinking of redoubling. So he's got another blot he can hit with 6s at the bottom of the board, or he could potentially fill in his own 4 and 5 point. In terms of blitzing, he's got 11 in the zone, which is usually enough to be able to do a good blitz. But the problem is he's facing a 4 point board. So if he gets hit, that might well keep him out of the game for a while. He's recubing, and I'd be very reticent to say he's wrong. I mean, psychologically, I think the first game Dan passed was an easy take. So Ollie might get the feeling that he can double early and maybe get some points when he hasn't done enough to win the game. So again, I think Dan is right to take here. So 5-1 is a very good roll. There's 2 good choices. We can hit again or make the 5 point. And for me, the play is clear that you want to make the 5 point. So it's 5-2. Sorry, I saw the 5-1. So with 5-2, there's only 1 choice. So 1-6, Dan will come in and very happily hit. And now he might be able to exploit his 4 point board. Ollie comes in immediately with 3-5. So the 3 is good. but the 5, there's nothing good he can do with. So he's keeping all his checkers active. He could have played safely with 8 to 3, but that checker definitely doesn't want to go deep. Or we could try hitting, but again, the 1 point isn't the point he's after here. He's got more of a priming formation. If he hits on the 1 point, he's getting into a block hitting contest when his opponent's got the stronger board. So there's a big upside with this play, that if Dan potentially fans, there's 3 more blots that Ollie could clean up. But I really don't think he's got enough checkers to be able to complete this attack at the moment. That he's got 3 checkers back and still 2 on the midpoint, so he can only have 10 in the zone. And at the moment, he's still only got this 3-point board. So Dan will have a good game if he hits, and a reasonable game if he can enter somewhere else. So I suspect he was right with the first play he looked at, which was entering and bringing the same checker out. So that gives Dan more opportunities to hit, but at least it's getting this checker into the game. So Dan's hoping, I guess, to roll a 5 or a 6 at the moment to make the bar point anchor. So if we come out, we duplicate the 5. I think at the moment, Ollie is going to be regretting having doubled or redoubled. That he's not getting the easy ride he was hoping for. So 3-6 fans, and now we've got to see if Ollie can clean up a lot of blots. 4-3 covers the 1 point, so this is going well so far. But there's a danger that when Dan comes in, he could have problems. So 4-2, he can come in with a 2 and make the 9 point. Right, so that makes 2 points. So that, I think, is clearly the best play. Double 3, he can't move the back checkers, but making the bar certainly isn't too bad. All 6 fans. So the problem Ollie has got here is his 3 checkers at the back are a long way from his front checkers. So the 6 looks like it's forced. He's got to play 7 to 1 with the 6 and shorten his prime. And at the same time, he wants to do something to get his back checkers moving. So now the game is on a bit of a knife edge, that when Dan comes in, then he has a potential to hit and turn the game round very quickly. So 6-2, again, he's got only 1-6 as far as I can see, so he's got to play 7 to 1. And the 2, he has to shorten his prime again. So Dan's going to be in great shape when he comes in, if he comes in. So 3-1, and Ollie can't move his 2 back checkers. So he's looking to try and save something. So playing with 1 blot is definitely a good idea. So Dan is having a good summer holiday on the bar. So 3-2. Again, the back checkers can't move, so he can play half the roll on that side of the board. But he has to move another one of his builders to a bad point on the other side. So I think he's thinking, does he move the back checker forward 3 and waste the 2, or does he move the back checker forward 2 and waste the 3? Right, so 4-3, finally Dan comes in, and he can't hit anywhere. So he sensibly moves the same checker. So one interesting thing about Dan's position is he's got 7 points, and we sometimes refer to this as TMP, too many points. So he's only got 1 checker he can move without having to break a point. So double 3 is, I think, a pretty bad roll for Ollie. So he's lost all his outfield control, and again he's stuck with the 2 checkers back on the 3 point. So 5-4, couple of safe plays. I think probably you play 13 to 9 with the 4 and then decide whether to remake the midpoint or bring that checker into the 4 point to attack. So Dan's chosen the safest option. 2-1. So this looks again a terrible roll. So Ollie's still stuck with his 2 checkers back on his opponent's 3 point, but he's going to have to break his board with this play. So he's got to expose a blot with the 1. So when your opponent starts breaking his board, you should think about doubling, as Dan is here. So the 2-1 is a good roll. He'd rather have hit, but at least he's brought a builder into the 6 point. So 4-2. So this is a chance for Ollie to start his back checkers moving. So both players have 4 point boards if there's a blot hitting contest. And now, as Dan, I would think about doubling here. We've certainly got lots of things to hit, so we can hit with 2s, 3s, and 6s. The danger is if we redouble and hit, then perhaps our opponent will come in and re-hit us. Now, being Dan here and playing against Ollie, if you're playing a strong grandmaster, you want to get the cube high. So 2-4, he can't hit safely, but he can hit 2 blots. So I think this is clearly right. And if Ollie doesn't roll a 3, he's certainly going to have to pass. So 6-4 fans. So now Dan will think about whether he's too good, and he's decided he is because he had 3s and 6s to cover. So that's 29. So he's bringing some more attackers round to try and make the 2 point. So two things for black to do at the moment is, oh, that's perfect. That makes the 2 point. So now Dan, owning the cube, is going to be playing on and trying to get a gammon out of the position. So 2 things to do. One is to try and protect against bad doubles that might leave a shot. But the other thing is you want to try and get your checkers into your home board on high points. So 2 checkers closed out is usually about 40% gammons. But owning the cube and with white's board being slightly damaged, then Dan will be able to bear off slightly more aggressively than normal. So 4-2 is very good. So now he's got all his spares on high points and he's ready to start bearing off. So yeah, he's making a bold play. So he could play completely safe and play checkers off the 6 and the 5. But as I was saying earlier, given the fact White's board is a bit weaker than one would expect, being hit is not going to be fatal. So you can be prepared to take a small risk to try and increase your gammon winning chances, which is what Dan has done. So 6-3, he has to play safe. So Ollie's in a race to bring his checkers in from the bar and race round before he gets gammoned. So 4-3 again. Dan keeps as many points closed as possible. That's one of the objectives when you're bearing off and you've got your opponent on the bar. The more time you can, the longer you can keep him on the bar, the more chance you have of winning the gammon. So Ollie's still cooperating with this plan. 5-6 is 2 ops, and now Dan has 9 left. So Ollie brings 1 in. So again, Dan's definitely right to play on here, that even if he leaves a shot and gets hit, he's still winning the game. So now Ollie under great pressure to race round. So 5-6 is a good roll, big number. 3-3 is brilliant. So Ollie has possibly 2 rolls to be able to save the gammon. So he's going to have to rely on rolling a big double. So yeah, this looks like this gives him 4 or better to save the gammon if Dan doesn't get his own double, which he did. So that gives Dan an 8-1 lead. So the Crawford rule comes into effect. So Ollie needs 8 points himself, so if he wins a gammon, that will effectively gain a game for him. So gammons will be valuable for Ollie, not very valuable because it's not as though winning a gammon wins the match for him. So his gammon price will be above the normal 0.5, but not a massive amount. Whereas on the other side of the coin, Ollie doesn't mind at all being gammon. So he at the start of the game, he's actually favourite to win the game. So double four is a brilliant roll. So he started well by making the 3 point, and Dan wasn't able to split. So bringing two checkers up is certainly reasonable, and this was the play that instantly came to my mind. So this is another good play. It unstacks the midpoint, which is one of the things we want to do from the starting position. But I think I favoured making the 4 point. I mean, another play would be an even more aggressive play to leave the back checkers where they are and just play 13 to 5 twice, which I think might well be the best play at this score. It certainly wouldn't be at a normal score where you're trying to avoid being gammoned. So I shouldn't be at all surprised if this is the best play. So double four for Dan. So this is a great roll. So he goes into the gap, what Mitchie calls the Kirin point. So if your opponent's made the 4 point and left the 5 point open, if you can go to that point yourself, you really devalue the 4 point that White's made already. So Dan plays it boldly. He makes the 4 point and leaves the shot. So Ollie is clearly right to hit. He's not scared about things going wrong and he's getting gammoned. So he's wondering with the two whether to unstack the midpoint or to play 6 to 4, I think. So unstacking the midpoint gives black a good 6 from the bar, which is very often an important factor after you've hit your opponent. So you almost always have your 6 point made, so your opponent can't enter with a 6. So the danger is when he enters with the other number, he's going to have a difficult 6 to play. So you don't want to give him a 6 to hit. But here there's a cost in the hitting. If he breaks the 20 point to hit, then he opens up the gammon loss opportunities again. So 5-6 is good roll. He can hit and keep the 20 point anchor, which is really what he wanted to do. So he's now looking to. He was hoping to remake the 20 point, but he did manage to come in and save two of his blots. 5-4 is a good roll, saves a blot, makes a new point. So now one of the crucial questions is what the race is like. So Dan has got a 20 point holding game where he's very unlikely to be gammoned and has hitting chances for quite a while. So the roll is 5-2 and he seems to have played the 6. So 6-5. Or he can play safe or he can take a risk and make a point in what I call the third quadrant. So that's what he's looking at and seeing if I take that risk now, if I get away with it, that point, is it going to help me bringing the position home? So it's very difficult to clear what I'd call two midpoints without a safe landing spot. Yeah, so I have a suspicion this is the right play. So the danger is that Dan will hit, but he's really got to be able to hit and cover to like it a lot. And even when he does that, he's going to give up his own midpoint. So I think this play is a bit weak. I mean, one overriding factor that Kit said in his analysis of these positions is whose position is improving, and you can clearly see that Dan's board is improving with every roll. So 3-1, we can just play safe. And now Dan will be hoping to cover the 5 point ready for any hits. So 6-5 is not a good roll because it doesn't cover. So he could run off his 20 point or the midpoint or do nothing. And it's not clear to me what he should be doing here. I think the problem if you run off the midpoint is that you don't have any direct coverage on the 2 points that Ollie's trying to clear. So I rather feel he should have moved one off the 20 point there, which is dangerous. He might have got gammoned, but I think it's going to increase his winning chances enough. So 5-5 is a great roll. So Ollie can clear one of his 2 difficult points. So having done that, he's only got the midpoint to clear, and now he's got a couple of safe landing spots, so he can clear it safely with 4-5, 6-4. Dan correctly makes the 5 points, so now he's getting to a position where when he hits it, will probably win. So 6-4, we can clear the 8 points safely, or leave an 8 shot now. So it's 2-6 and 5-3 will hit, so 4 potential hitters. And there's still a blotting board, so I think Ollie is right to pay now rather than later. So Dan has 4 hits. There's one of the hits, but it doesn't cover. And now Ollie will be looking to return hit. 4-5 fans. So Dan now has almost an overwhelming position. So he could make the 1 or the 2 point or the bar, and making the 2 points seems natural. So now Ollie's got to both come in and jump the prime. So Dan now wants 1 or 5 to complete the 6 prime. Yeah, so he could escape his back checker, but I think his back checker's in little danger of being trapped. So I would make the prime, and then I guess you could slot the front. You could slot the 1 as well. Yeah, so that's probably the very best play, is 12-7 to make the 6 prime, and then slot the 1. So we ultimately want to close our opponent out, and being hit, we're not going to get primed too much by him. So 1-2, he comes in and covers the 2 point, I imagine. So now Dan really needs to escape his back checker. So 6-5 is perfect. Ollie will try and fill in the 5 point, and 6-1, he can slot it but not make it. 5-1, not a great shot. So Dan still has a good race lead, so he's hoping just to, ideally to get a closeout, but just if he clears the bar point safely and gets into a race, he should have some sort of an edge. So 3-2 makes a 7 prime, so that ties the world record. 1-4, so now his plan is just to bear up safely. So 1 checker closed out gives you usually about 5% winning chances. So no gammons are worth nothing to Dan. So he's not taking any risks. He's just making the safest play. So if Ollie's going to get back in this game, he needs to roll a 6 right now, or he needs to be able to hit a shot. So 2-1, how much risk? So we could take a checker off at a small risk, but I think maybe Dan is right in saying he doesn't want to take any risk at the moment. So 4-1 again. I think this is right. There's some shot leaving numbers, whatever you do, but here, if Ollie enters, then at least he's out of the way. So now it's a straight race, and Dan seems to have 11 checkers left, and Ollie still needs 16 crossovers, so it's 6 rolls to 8. Now it's 5 rolls to 8, 5 rolls to 7. So it's getting to be desperation time for Ollie. And that looks like that's a miss, so that's going to cost him a whole roll. So now it's near impossible for him to win. So 2-1 for Dan is the only way he can cooperate. So 11 checkers 6 rolls, so there's another 2-1. Maybe it's a 3-1. Double one is 2 off, but now I think it's getting to be impossible. Right, so Dan ends up winning that one 9-1. So it was really that crucial second game when he won a gammon with the 4 cube that decided the match. So the schedule for today is this was the first round, which was meant to be at 10:30, and the subsequent rounds today are at 1, 3, and 5 p.m. UK time. So officially at the moment, we should have nothing happening at the moment. So I will take a small break at this stage and possibly come back to you if the organisers find another match that they're going to cover in the interim. But the plan is that, or the plan was, that the next match will be televised or online at 1 p.m. UK time, and that's still an hour and a half away.
It's a lot, yeah. Nice to play it. Szóval akkor azt csinálnám, hogy ezt átírom. Az ott van, az E. Azt hozd ide minden estől, légy.
we won't
Well,
be embarrassed on the street.
that's right.
So whatever that results, don't be embarrassed. Thank you.
That's a beautiful hat, Jason.
Thank you very much.
Do you want
Okay.
one also,
I think
Sean?
I should. I should.
I get you
No,
one.
stop,
For
stop.
the
I get
stream.
you
You
one
do
just,
not.
Just
for the
the stream.
No,
streaming.
no way.
That's
I
right,
don't have
yeah.
the courage. I don't have the courage.
Well, it would be a lot of fun if you both
Yeah.
of you had. Maybe the one in the hat will win.
You can throw the hat in the air when you win.
That's it.
That's okay.
Alright,
That's
that's
okay.
right. Yeah. Do we have to wait till we start?
I notified the commentator boy,
Yeah.
and
We have everything.
We got everything. We got the clock. We got the dice. We got the thing there. Yeah. Good company.
Excellent.
Who
I
did you
just
play in
don't-
your first round, John?
I called Roger. I'm going to play the second day. He was a friend of Arif's. Arif knew him.
Okay.
But on the stream, I never like result. I just don't want to be a fool.
Yeah.
I don't want the commentator to go.
Just like, look at these idiots.
Yeah.
This will make you look good.
so maybe give him 2 minutes so I have
course,
time to run for your hat, Sean.
No. You're good. God, you got me worried now.
Just a quick look how you would look in it.
Loads of time. Yeah.
Tessék? Köszönöm.
Kettő van fel.
Menjen most.
Yeah.
Who's the commentator on this one, Matthew?
Julian
Very
Fettler.
fair man. Very
I
fair.
haven't seen you.
Very fair man.
Okay.
Nobody
Hi everyone,
nobody saw him.
and welcome back to the Art Gammon UK Open. This is round 2.
Yeah.
Shouldn't be if you're listening.
I think he can hear you. He can hear you now.
Yeah, okay.
Very well.
So the players we've got today at the top of the board is Jason Champion,
I think
who's a
he's
guy
right. So
I
yeah.
knew in Bristol.
Good match.
And at the bottom of the board we have Sean Casey from Ireland, who used to be the best player in Ireland, but I haven't actually seen or played with either of these players for 5 or 6 years. So I do have a funny story to tell you about Jason, that we both went to a tournament and we met up getting out of our cars in the car park, and Jason had his family dog with them, and unfortunately the dog had gone blind, so Jason was the seeing eye for the blind dog. Right, so match is underway. Sean has started with a 2-1 slotting. Jason rolls 6-5, runs out. Sean gets a 1-4. So the 1 he should use to cover the 5 point, and then the 4 probably split with the back checkers. So Sean did very well, winning one of the World Series of backgammon tournaments. I think it was in Cannes, where he defeated Nodar Gagua in a very tense final, which went down to the last roll. And I seem to recall Sean got a double at the crucial stage in the bear-off. Right, so Jason hits on the 5 point, which is usually the right idea in the early stages of the game. You want to fight for key points. So Sean comes in with a 4, and certainly one alternative is to run the same guy out. So then you give him 1s and 3s to hit in the outfield, but that duplicates the 1s and 3s he needs to cover. So that's what Sean has gone for. So now Jason would ideally like to hit and cover, and he can't hit, but he can cover. So now both players have got the 5 point, and both players have got 1 checker back. So it's what Sean can do with his next roll. So 2-1 is not particularly impressive. He can certainly save his blot in the outfield. And then probably 11 to 10 is the best one. I guess he could make the 11 point, but that doesn't really have a lot of value when you've got the 5 made already. So at the moment, Sean is leaving a 6-4 to hit. But if he comes up to the 10 point, he bears on the 4 when he still only leaves a 6-3 because 5-4 is blocked. But his play, on the other hand, duplicates the 6-4, which Jason has conveniently rolled. And he sensibly hits outside, escapes his last back checker, and sends one of Sean's checkers back. Sean gets 4-2, so he comes in, so he can anchor, but I'm pretty sure he should hit here. So he duly does. So double 5 fans, no place. So Sean wants a 2 to make an anchor or something else to extend his block at the bottom of the board. So 6-4 can make the barbel the 2 point or run. So I would think making the barb is probably best, even though it's only trying to prime one checker. So 1-6 is Jason is in, and he can either hit on the 2 point or come down. So this leaves 2 shots, but only 1 blot. So Sean's still trailing with 2 checkers back to 1, so I think he should wait on the doubling. And let's wait till you hit and then double. So Sean does have some good numbers. He's got 2s to anchor, 3s and 5s to hit. But he's still a long way from having his prime or his closed board. So these rolls will give him an advantage, but not an overpowering advantage quickly, I would say. However, he's deciding to double. I would expect Jason to take this, which he duly does. So 4-1, that's the 5 that hits. So now, after Sean's executed his threat, let's see what Jason can do in reply. So he enters at the edge of the prime and could have run out, but it's a very good play to even your distribution in the outfield. So he had 4 on the midpoint and 2 on the 8 point. So equaling those distributions to have 3 on each gives you a spare on 2 points. So Sean's 3-1 is good. It locks up his defense, but he can't do anything offensively. So Jason's looking for 3 here to make his own advanced anchor. Double 5 doesn't do it, so he's looking at running 21 to 6. So the alternative would be just to stay back and strengthen his board. So he's looking at running. So if you run, I guess you go all the way with that one. I'd be tempted myself to stay back on the 21 point and make the 1 point as the first half of the play I would think is right. And then maybe decide if you want to run, or perhaps 13 to 3 was the alternative with the last pair. So a lot depends on what the race is like here. If Jason is ahead in the race, then there's a lot more justification for his play to try and lose contact. So 6-5, not a great roll. Sean wanted to extend his prime. He can point on the 1 point, certainly. Or the alternative would be to play 2 down from the midpoint and work on his prime. So I'd be tempted to make the priming play, but I certainly wouldn't bet that the pointing play was wrong. I think the problem he's got is that Jason's got no other blots he can pick up if Sean manages to keep him on the bar. So Sean points and Jason fans, so Sean has a free roll to improve his game. So the safe play is 13 to 5, or he could try and clear the bar point anchor while his opponent is on the bar. So I guess he's doing a count, so he's probably a bit ahead after this play. Yes, I think I've got about 8 pips ahead at the moment. So it's not overpowering. So 3-2 is a good roll. He can choose where to enter. So he's chosen to enter high, so he's got a direct exit, which looks like the right thing to do. So 2-1 for Sean is not at all what he was after. So I guess it's tempting to move the checker on the 18 on the bar pointer to avoid leaving a double shot next time. So that would probably be 18 to 15. Yeah, so that's what he's gone for. So now Jason's got lots of good rolls. He'd like to escape, he'd like to hit, and he'd like to cover. But he can't escape or hit, so he's made the 4 point. So the stronger he makes his board, the harder it is for Sean to attack. Now, having said that, double 5 is a brilliant roll. So I would start by pointing on the 3 point and then deciding if you want to make the 2 point afterwards. So making the 2 point would keep a 5 point board. So that's more likely to keep your opponent stuck on the bar and will give you more chances of winning a gammon. But you are leaving some indirects in the process. So now Sean has got to tidy up and figure out how much progress he can make towards making the 4 point. So he probably, well, I'm sure he doesn't want to slot the 4 point for the moment, but the question is, will he want to hit loose when Jason comes in there? So 5-1 is a bit awkward. So it looks like he's got to expose another blot somehow. Now this is cutting down on the builders, but it's only leaving double 4 as a super joker, and 4-1 he would certainly like, but he's found again. So 3-1, I think Sean comes down 13-10 and then makes the 8 point. So then he's got 3 builders and he's only paying off to a 4-5. So you'll notice as the game has gone on that Sean's play of making the 2 point has worked out really well. That he's kept Jason on the bar for long enough. So safe play would be 10-3, which leaves us 2 builders for the 4 point, or we could be a bit more ambitious and play 9-2, say, so that we have an extra builder, but it's going to cost us in shots. So I think Sean is right here that you keep the win under control and then see if the gammon comes. So 3-1 here, and I think you just give him double 4. So yeah, this is getting 3 builders, or he saves the blot. So 8-5 and 3-2 would have been my play. So you just leave a double 4, but you still get the 3 builders. But you're trading off shots against builders, so it's not clear one way or another how bad the shots are and how good the builders are. The double 2 is brilliant. So now he's made the 4 point, and bringing the last one in means he's safe for sure next roll. So double 1, you should come in, then play 6-5 is completely safe, and then 3-2. So Sean's looking to try and win a gammon here, and the question is how much risk should he take to do that? So closing one checker out usually gets you about 5% gammons, but you've got to add in something extra for all the white pieces in the outfield. And there was a woman from Denmark or Norway, somewhere in Scandinavia, Hannah, who told me her rule is that you can add an extra 2% gammons for every pip your opponent has in the outfield. So you can see white needs 25 pips to get the outfield checkers home. So that would be an extra 50% gammon. So that would say the gammons are close here. So you should be prepared to take some risk to get the extra gammons, but not a crazy amount of risk. So this is just paying off double five and double six. So that's probably the right play. The safe play would be 5-1 and 6-4, so no shots. But you'd have to open up the 6 or the 5 point next time if you rolled a 5 or a 6. So plays are going to be close, but I think taking the checker off is the top play. So 4-1, he can. Oh, sorry, it's 2-1, so he can take a checker off and play safely. So he's kept the close board for as long as he can. So now he's got to open a point, and this is the safe way to do it. He could have taken a checker off by opening up the 5 point, but then he leaves himself open to 5-1 and 6-1 as shot leaving numbers. Double 3. I think we have to clear the 5 and the 3. That seems to be the only safe play. Still, it's got an extra 2 checkers off, so we've got 11 left, so we must have 4 off. So white comes in. So he stays back to potentially get a shot and tries to rush his outfield checkers home. 4-2 is a great shot, 2 checkers off and no shot. So 3-2. So now Jason's got to compromise. He's trying to bring his outfield checkers home without wasting pips. So that's a good play. It works on making the bar point if he hits, but doesn't waste any pips if he doesn't. So now Jason's just in a race to get in all his crossovers and get his checkers home. And I have a suspicion he might be one roll behind where he needs to be. Yeah, so he needs 6 checkers to get 6 crossovers to get home, and the 7th one to take the checker off. And it looks as though he's probably only going to get 6 dice to do that with. So he's got to make up an extra crossover with the double, and this just about does it. So this gives him some of the 6s next time. So 6-1, 6-4, 6-5, 6-6, double 3, double 4, double 5. But 5-1 isn't it? So Sean takes a 4-point lead, and 9-point matches. I had a look beforehand that each point lead in a 9-point match is worth slightly over 5% match winning chances. So Sean is somewhere between 70 and 75% match winning chances now. So a useful guide as to how aggressive you should be is potentially just think how many points you need and how many points your opponent needs. And if you need twice as many points as your opponent, then you need to work hard to catch up now. So Jason starts with 5-1, splitting is fine. Sean rolls a 4-5, so he should definitely be splitting. So Sean, having the match lead, is going to try and get to positions where he has an advanced anchor and avoids being gammoned. So this play I don't like because it's going through a racing game, which is good when it works, that you don't get gammoned. But the problem is when it doesn't work, that you find you spent all your rolls trying to escape and you haven't got any development. But having said that, that double 1 is a brilliant shot. So although he's hit, he manages to hit back and make the 5-point. So 4-2 is another good shot. So he anchors at the edge of the prime. So that's Jason's defense taken care of. So next thing is he's going to try and find a way to improve his position at the top of the board. So double 1, Sean wants to save his checker at the bottom. So probably he's got to use 2 1s to do that. So either 8-7 twice or 7-5. So 7-5 looks to me a more aggressive play. So maybe 24-22, 7-5 is the play I'd make. You could also argue that 24-22 twice stops you being gammoned, and all white's hits will involve him breaking the anchor. So it's no bargain if he rolls 3x to hit. So 6-2 he can't hit, but he correctly makes the 4 point. So Sean's got into the sort of game he wants, where both players have an advanced anchor and there's very few gammons. But he has a slight disadvantage because his anchor is further back, so it's easier for Jason to make a prime in front of the 3 point than it is for Sean to make a prime in front of the 4 point. So double 3 is a good shot. He can add a new blocking point. And then I think 10-7 with the last 3. So having got 5 blocking points, Sean should be thinking that that's the best he can do on offense for the moment. So he should be thinking about running off his anchor next turn. It might be too dangerous, but it's certainly something to consider, given the fact that his forward position is probably going to get worse as time goes by. So 6-4, not a great roll, making a point behind the anchor. 4-3, Sean can't move his back jacket, so sensibly makes another point in board. So often with these mutual holding games, both players play very safely and nothing happens for quite a while until the holding game as it is now collapses, that both players have, or one player has nothing else to move and that they have to make a run off the anchor. So 5-1, again, Sean can't move. So Jason's thinking about doubling. I don't think it's right, especially when the 5 point is open. So 3-2. And I think it's too risky to slot the 5 point. Yeah, I think he's got to do this. Not that it's a great move, but there's nothing else to do. So 5-4. Now Sean's blockade is starting to break down, but he hasn't had an opportunity to run one of his back checkers. So I would clear the back point now. So that leaves him with some spares to move next time. And with a 6, he can choose to break down his blockade a bit more or to make a run for it. 5-3 looks really awkward. So we can run, but I think that's too dangerous. So the alternative would be to clear the 7 point. So although that shortens our blockade, at least there's no blots with the play. So yes, if you do this, you have to expose a blot somewhere else. So I think Sean would be very keen to hit if he rolls a 2. So I don't like this play. I think it was an awkward roll, but I think this is maybe third best in terms of choices. So Sean's having a think. Always sensible to choose, to decide, to think about doubling. So he rolls the 2 he wanted, and there's no good 1. So 6-5 kills a build. 2-1 looks pretty poor as well. So he could switch 3-2, but I think overall this is the least bad use of the 1. So 4-3 he comes in. Now he's forced to hit on the 5 point. So there's no safe play, so you might as well be hitting. Yeah, so this is safer. It's only a single shot, but there seems to be very little upside with this play. So because of the previous exchange, Jason's got 3 back. He's losing the race. So he should be prepared to take a risk to try and catch up in the game rather than lose the game slowly. So Sean can hit with 1s, is very strong, or he can escape the checker with ideally a 6, but also a 4. So Sean has the edge here. With the match lead, I would be waiting. Again, even if you roll perfectly, you get a 4-6 and you escape both your back checkers, there's still the problem of getting home. So 3-1 hits, then 6-3 is the only safe 3. So now we see if Jason can make a comeback. So he's looking for one, but he stays on the bar. So Sean now needs 4s, 5s, and 6s to escape. So he can cover, but then he can't get out. Yeah, so this is right. I think he's got to save the blot and then escape next turn, hopefully. Jason is in and out. So this, in a way, is kind of showing what my point was about not doubling too early. So Sean executed his threat, but I think Jason would still be happy to take the cube in this position. So 3-1 is not a good roll. He can't jump the prime. So Jason is going to try and take control of the outfield now. So 6-2 comes out, and then probably 8-6 to get a new builder to attack anyone who remains on the 5 point. So 2-2 is useless, so Sean is still stuck on his anchor. So he's got to kill a couple of checkers. So 7-1, 5-3 maybe, or 7-1 and 3-1. Yeah, so you've got to play 3-1, and then I suppose he's thinking of clearing the bar point, but that's going to lose a lot of flexibility next time. He'll be forced off the anchor with any 6. So 5-1, I think, is what I would reluctantly play here. Yeah, so this is the most ambitious play. This is keeping all his checkers in play. But the danger is next turn he's going to have to be coming off that 5-point anchor, whatever he rolls. So 4-2 is not a good roll for Jason. So he could play it aggressively, making the 4-point, but I don't think he wants to leave any blots there. So I would come out 21-15 here. So that makes the point 10 in front of Sean's anchor. So yeah, our plan here is to wait for Sean to come off his anchor and then attack. So there's a risk if we leave one blot behind, but I think given the position, we've got to take that risk that unless Sean can roll something with a 1 next time and make his escape, then his board is going to be breaking seriously. Double 4 is a brilliant shot. So you certainly come round and maybe bring both of them round as far as they will go. Yep. And this roll has certainly got Sean out of a hole that he dug for himself. So 4-2, it's another poor roll. So he can't save both of the blots. The double 3 is brilliant, so we hit. I don't think we do this. We hit, we make the 2-point, and then we play in 9-6. So the problem with this is you're keeping the 9-point that might be difficult to clear next turn if your opponent comes in. Right, this is not making the 2-point. Yes, no, I think Sean has just missed the best play here. So you hit with one of the 3s, then you make the 2-point, and then you decide what to do with the last 3. So the order he's playing the moves in is kind of pushing him in the wrong direction. So I often say to my students that if you know the parts of the play are forced, so here you know you want to hit, you know you want to make the 2-point. Yeah, so now he's changed the order of the moves and found the right play. So he's paying double 4, but that's the only number that he should be worried about. So now he should be able to get the last guy home while his opponent's on the bar. And he duly does. So Sean is in very good shape to win this game, and again he's hoping to get a gammon out of it. So that quick entry by Jason might be enough to save the gammon. So 5-2. We could take 2 off, but that's a bit risky. So I think 6-1 and 2 off is the best compromise between taking checkers off to win the gammon and not leaving shots and getting hit. So probably the safest play is 6-1 and 5-3, but I think that's maybe too cautious. So, like I say, 6-1 and 2 off is the play I would pick here. So that's the very cautious play. So again, Jason's in this position where he's trying to have a good position to contain a blot he might hit, but at the same time, he doesn't want to waste any pips in trying to save the gammon. 3-1 for Sean was good, so he keeps the status quo and takes 2 off. Yeah, so why coming out with the fourth one? Why don't we stay back and wait for 6-2 or something to develop? So yes, at least if you're on the 21 point, it would have slowed Sean's bear off in that he can't take a checker off and leave a blot on the 5. So it looks like Jason's done enough to save the gammon. A couple of double fours would fail to save it, I think, but now everything works. So Sean is now 6-0 up. So playing to 9, this score I would describe as 3 away, many away. And the American guy, Stick Rice, he came up with a rule, Stick's rule, that you never double when you're leading 3 away, many away. So the reason is when you're doubling, there's usually some gammon threat, and the gammon is valuable when it takes you to Crawford. But if you get 1 point over your target, so your threat is winning a gammon and getting to 10. So what typically happens is if you do double these positions when you're 3 away, many away, your opponent will take and turn the cube back to 4 very quickly. So this was a tough decision, whether you make the 5 or unstack the mid. Not entirely clear to me. So while I've been talking, Sean's got one of his back checkers escaped. So Jason is so far behind in the match, he's got to consider doubling very early. So he's only got a 2-point board, but he does have 11 checkers to attack with. I wouldn't be surprised if this was double, but on the other hand, I wouldn't feel it's going to be a monster double when you haven't made the 5-point. And if you miss your market and you win 1 point, you get to 8 away, which is an even number of points, and you could dream of winning 2 doubled gammons and winning the match. So I would wait, but certainly wouldn't blame anyone who doubled in this position. So 6-5. It's a good roll, but not really what he wanted. He wanted to attack, so 2-1 is useless. So now the position's improved for Jason. Now I think there's much more of an argument for doubling and saying that we both got 1 checker back. Yeah, so he sees it the same way. But last time I wasn't sure, but this time things are better for me. So as well as his attacking options, he's now got some 9s to hit at the bottom of the board. So 5-4 could point at the top, but he's added 6-3 as a new hitting number. And there's a second black blot exposed for Jason to hit when his attack works. So here's the attack. So it looks like he's got the cube in exactly the right time. So he could choose to make a priming play, but I think correctly, he's made the other point in board to go for the other blot. The 1-6, he's pleased to come in, but he's not very pleased looking at where the 6 goes. This isn't clear to me. I think I would probably pick 10 to 4. That it's only a single shot, whereas if you go out to the 18, there's a bigger return, but you're giving 4s and 6s and 9s. The 9s are duplicated 4, 5, and 6, 3, but 4s and 6s to hit just seems like White's a big favourite to hit. At least if you play 10 to 4, he's got 3s to hit you. He won't like hitting with a 5 at the top of the board. And if you survive, you should get that checker safe. So this has a bigger upside and a bigger downside. I'm not quite sure how big the upside is, because that double 5 for Jason has probably given him a big race lead now. So if you make your escape with this checker, you're not going to routinely win the game at all. So 3 we want, or double 6 would make a 6-5 is quite nice. 6-1 makes the 5 point, so maybe that's not the best, but pretty close to it. So 4-1 we can cover the 4 point, but then we have to expose a blot with a 1. So the alternative is we could save the blot 4 to 3 and play 13-9. So that's probably the right play. Yeah, so this is leaving 8s. 2, 6, and 3, 5. Not a lot of numbers. This is all the 4s and 1, 3, so 13 shots. The 4s are duplicated in some way. That the good numbers at the top of the board include a 4. So 4, 6, and double 4 were good numbers anyway. Double 1, so he should make a switching play, which he does. And then nothing special to do with the other 2. So, yeah, usually you don't want to come up to the 23 points. Then your opponent's points are working more to block you from escaping. So 6-1, we could bring in another attacker or escape. Yes, I'm not sure. I think maybe he was right on his initial thought of coming out with the 6, because he wants to hit that second blot as a matter of urgency. If he waits, then Sean can come in and he can save it. And now he's coming up to attack the blot, and he's got 2, 4, and double 2 to close the board. So 4 is what he should be aiming for. 6, 3 is not it. Yeah, so he can run out, but then he'll never hit the second checker. So I think you've got to be bold here and play 2 down from the midpoint. So again, we're kind of going towards that sort of position we saw last time, where one player gets closed out with a few checkers in the outfield. The double 6, this is clearly right. So he gets 1 more build with the 2 point in return for a 2-5 shot. So Sean is in. And probably 13-12 I would pick here. You can save the blot with 9 to 8, but putting all your checkers on the same point makes it difficult to save the gammon, because you're counting on rolling one particular number. Danger with this play is that Jason will hit him, and when he return hits, he's got 2 blots. 6-1 is useless, so he takes the checker off without hitting. And now Sean should run if he can, but it looks like a 4-3. So he's strengthened his board, so he's wasted a couple of pips, but improved his chances when he hits. Okay, so this is good, point on head. Is it worth the risk to take a checker off? I don't think so, and neither does he. So he's got an even number of checkers left, 14 checkers. So, like the last game, Sean needs to come in quickly. So 6-1 is good. So 6 is right, and that 1 is wrong, because what it does, in order to make the crossovers with that checker, you've got to roll 2 consecutive 6s. So playing 13-12 was better, or even 8-7 was better. I'll make a crossover. No, 6 is definitely right. You want to maximize crossovers and not waste pips. So whenever you go to the 6 point, you're forced to make a crossover and you don't waste any pips. So you can take it for granted that going directly to the 6 point is the right play. Okay, so 3 comes into the 6 point. And the 5, we could make a crossover or diversify. So now he's left himself with 6 crossovers to get home. So that's really costing him an extra roll unless he gets a double. So 6-3, we come in with the 6 and bring the 3 down from the midpoint probably. Nothing wrong with wasting the pip, it's not terrible at all. So is Sean going to have enough rolls to get home? He might well be able to do it unless Jason gets a double. 2-1 is the worst. So 5-4, right? So now Sean can get a checker off if he gets another turn, and he doesn't. Right, so Jason gets the full reward from his well-timed double. So 6-4, we're now effectively down to a 5-point match. So we can translate the score and say, Sean, it's 2-0 in a match up to 5. So 3 away, 5 away. The 3 away player should be a bit shy about doubling, but the 5 away player again should be a bit more aggressive about doubling. So a double gammon will take him to Crawford as an extra bonus, so his gammon price is a bit higher than normal. 6-5 we usually hit twice. So you bring the 6 down from the midpoint hitting, and then you've got 9 checkers in the zone. So that signals that you can make a more aggressive play by hitting on the 1 point. So Jason sees that. 1-4 brings both checkers in with a hit, so that's a very good roll. Now Jason really wanted to enter with something in a 6 to make the bar point. So he's correctly attacking, he's fighting for key points. 4-4 is a wipeout roll, so he hits inboard, points on the blot on the 4 point, and looks around for a convenient 4th one. So 13-9, unstacking the mid and getting a new builder for the 5 and the 3 is good. So at the moment, it looks like Sean's best plan is to play on for the undoubled gammon. So you can see in this sort of position, a lot of black's wins are going to be gammon. So if that happens, that will take him to Crawford 5 away. So that would limit Jason to 16% winning chances. So if he doubles, then he can potentially get redoubled and effectively give Jason a chance to get into the lead in this match. So a lot of his threat is winning the gammons, and the gammons aren't worth anything when the cube gets to 4. So I feel very clear that Jason should be taking this, but I mean, the computer, whenever you ask XG, it gives you a categorical answer, but it's based that answer on 2 equal opponents. So in the real world, if you make a double, then your opponent has the chance to go wrong. So I think generally XG, it sometimes says, a double is worth doing if you can get 10% passes from your opponent. That number appears on the very bottom left of the XG screen when it's considering doubles. So what happens if he passes? He's trailing 2 away, 5 away. So that's an easy one to remember. It's 2-5 to 5 is 5-2 is 2-5, 25%. So I think it's a big take for white, but it does look a bit scary that you're probably going to be playing some sort of a back game. So passing to still have 25% match winning chances isn't a terrible mistake, I think, but the XG I rather fear will say it's a big mistake. So what's Black's threat? He's got ones, threes, fours, and sixes. So the threes and sixes are duplicated at the top and bottom of the board. So there's not too many decisive numbers, and even when you point on the 5 point, White can still make some sort of a back game. Yeah, so Sean hasn't unstacked his 6 point. So what he wants to do next turn is to make the 5 point with 1x, but just making it with 4-6 or 3-6 or something. You can see he's still going to have this stack on the 6 point to get rid of. So 5-6, that looks like a bad roll. So he can hit on either side of the board, but the 5 doesn't seem to do anything. I think the play here I would make is you hit at the top of the board and then play 13 to 8. So yeah, maybe if you think 13 to 8 is your 5 and then decide which 6 you like. So now the cube's already on 2, you can see Sean's gammons aren't worth so much, so he should focus much more on trying to win the game rather than trying to win this elusive gammon, which is only going to get him 1 extra point. So this one I think is a mistake. So Jason now has crucial role to potentially get back in the game. So 3-6, he can come in and hit or make the bar. I think hitting is clear here. You want to take half of White's roll away, half of Blue's roll away, so he can't cover the 5 point next time. If you make the bar point, then Blue will probably cover his 5 point blot. So it looks like he's seen it the same way. And now Sean needs to come in with something with a 1 or a 3. So 5, if he can come in and make the 5 point. So that was the danger of 3-1. He could do some attacking, or he could make the bar. So yeah, he's got a potential to hit twice. Or he could play 16, 13, and 8 to 7. That's the safe play. Point on the 5 point, yeah, of course. So silly me not to see that. So 3-1, you usually make the 5 point. 1-6 hits outside. 4 stays on the bar. So one thing noticeable in this match so far is that crucial decisions. Jason's just got stuck on the bar when he needed to come in. Okay, so that's rounded up all the blots. So our next task will be to try and make the 3 point. So there's nothing we can do for extra builders. The other thing Sean should be focusing on is White's jokers. What happens when White rolls double 1 or double 3? Okay, so yes, we make the 3 point exactly. Then you can make the 18 or the 21. So the 18 leaves your double 6s blocked, and the 21 would leave your double 4s blocked. So neither of them are particularly bad. So I wouldn't lose any sweat over either play. And now you can see Sean's anti-joker is double 6. So 5-2 is not great. So he's coming off that point. That surprises me a bit. I think I would have played 24-22 with the 2. That I don't want that checker stuck later on. So Jason's in and he's got a hit. So now he's right back in the game, but he needs some 6s to get these back checkers moving. 4-3. Sean sensibly makes the anchor to avoid anything going wrong quickly. B1, it's a hit and cover. That's a very good roll. So Jason needs to get his back checkers out with a 6, but if Sean can't do anything in the short term, then his 3 trap checkers might mean that he has to break his board. So 4-2, there's no 6. I guess we bring 2 down from the midpoint. So Sean also wants a 6 here. So there is the 6. What do you do with it? I would get 1 checker out, 21-15. Getting a checker half out is doing half the job. So Jason's still desperate for 6s. He needs 6s sometime pretty soon. So 5-2 doesn't do much good at all. Now I can only see 11-4. It's the only play here. Yeah, so you don't have to like it, you just have to do it. I remember we used to play in a club where one of the players said, treat it like you like it, pretend it's a good roll. You want to hit him off the edge of the prime, you're lucky enough to be able to do it. Right, so that's a setback for Jason. So now he needs a 1 before his 6s. But he's still got some block at the top. Sean needs 3 and 6. So 2-5 is not going to cut it. Yeah, so coming up is good to the 22 point, because then you're adding 4s as a new escaping number. At the moment, he's only got 3s and 6s. Right, so that I think was clearly a mistake. And if he rolls 4-4 or 4-5, he will discover why. So 6-1 is great. He's got someone out, and this time he gets the front one out. Now Jason's been waiting a long time for 6s, and I personally feel he's due 1 or overdue 1. Yeah, so 6 is good. So why is he thinking? So 6-5 looks like a good one. 24-23 looks like a bad one, because then the 8 point is blocking you in. And this looks like a neutral one. So where are Jason's 6s? They haven't arrived yet. So 4 point is good. Next 2 4s not so good. 4-3, still no 6. Yeah, so 3 is not nice. But we'd still rather be on the 3 point than the 2 point. So that leaves the back checker further from home, and we don't want the spare on the 2 point. Right, so Jason's still not got his 6s. Sean has got a kind of indirect 6. Yeah, so he's right to think, but I see he can just play safe and make the 11 point. Yeah, so that looks fine. Leave no shots. I'm by nature a very cautious player, and if you've got a game sewn up, why are you giving your opponent chances to get right back in it? So the point I'm making is it's unlikely you're going to get hit in this variant, but if you make the 11 point, it's impossible for you to get hit. So double 5 is almost the worst. Double 4, I think, was worse still. 5-2, so he's limping round. So overall, this looks like a disaster. Yes, so taking the 2 off is right. So spares on the 2 point are really bad in the barrel, so you should take them off at the first opportunity. 5-2, 5 off is forced, and then 6-4 is going to be safest. So it looks inevitable that Sean is going to win this game, and he'll win a gammon unless he gets hit. Yeah, so I think that's a bit too aggressive. I think with all those checkers back, you just need to get off safely. So what I think is going on here is if Sean gets hit, he's not going to lose the game anyway. Or two again, he's taking off the 2 point, I'm sure is correct. So Jason's got to try and evacuate the 24 point just so he can try and get to a coup classique. So 4 up is forced, 3-2 is the only safe play. Double 3 is pretty useless. So I would try and get something in range of the 3 point blot. Doesn't matter too much at all here. So 3-2, you can take 2 off or clear the point. I would clear the point very quickly. This leaves you potential double shot numbers with 2 blots. So he settles for the safe play. So again, Jason's got to try and get off this 24 point. I think he does. 4-3 is a shot. So 3-7 or 3-8 is what we would like. But provided there's a 3, that's a good start. Okay, so we can't cover the blot. So we've got another 9 to go. So making the 10 or the 11 point looks the right idea here. Yeah, so the 10 point blocks double 5 and 6-4. 5-4 must come out. So 1s and 2s to hit with a 6, hopefully. So I would hit with a 1. Why is he not hitting? This, I think you have to hit irrespective of the risk. Your board isn't great, but it's a 2 point board the same as his. You let the guy run round. Now you really need to hit to save the gammon. If you don't hit, you won't save the gammon. Okay, so hit is good, and save the block on the 3 point. Don't want to go all the way back and lose the gammon again after being lucky. Double 2 fans, 4, 7, or 12 covers. 4 is good. So a lot of people have problems with these positions, and I have a simple set of rules how you play containment positions. So the first rule is if you can make a play that takes you towards a winning position, you should do that. And there's no play that does that. Then the second rule is you have to avoid yourself losing quickly. So you want to see what's your opponent's best rolls. So you look towards blocking the double 6 and double 5, double 4, or if you roll 6-5, you'd want to get some outfield coverage. Right, so 1 6 is an 8 to hit. 7 doesn't fit the bill. So 15-8. So this is good. It blocks the 0.6 away, but what do you do with the 5? So Blue would still be very keen to hit. Okay, so goes to the 6 point. Again, he's desperate for a 1 to save the gammon and stay in the match. And this time he's missed it. Right, so Sean needs 8 crossovers. Jason needs crossovers, but rather long ones. A 9 or 12 is what he's after. 3 is a crossover. Not too fussed about the 2. So Sean just has to avoid rolling the 1. Or 1 is useless. Yeah, I don't like this. I would leave them all on white points. So the 6 point is a white point, so then doubles will take you exactly there. So this is just much too small for Jason. I don't think there's any hope. So he's got double 6 if he gets a turn for it, but that's all there is.
Oh, that's it, 10. No, not 10.
Right, so that looks like the end of it. Okay, so just to keep you updated, that was round 2, which was scheduled to be the 1 o'clock round. The next match, I believe, is scheduled for 3 p.m., so about an hour's time from now. And then the last match we should be doing today is 2 hours after that, is 5 p.m. So I'm scheduled to do 4 matches today, and this was the second one of the 4. So the first 2 which we've seen, all the players at the venue have been involved in playing the tournament, so it's a double elimination. So even if you lost in the first round, you get to play the second round. So the next match at 3 p.m., hopefully there should be someone joining me at the venue who can help assist with the commentary. And there'll be even more chance of that at the 5 p.m. match. So I'm doing these first 4 rounds. So the next 2 are at 3 and 5 p.m. UK time. And then I'm doing 2 more tomorrow, which are starting round about 10:15, 10:30. So there'll probably be more streaming this evening from some of the side events. There's super jackpots and doubles, and there's an interesting event that I saw today. Was a kind of pro-am double, so it's a master with a non-master playing together. So that looks like an interesting format. So while we're waiting, I can ask you one more question or give you a problem to maybe fill in the time. And this was a problem that was in the Chicago Point magazine from America a few years back. And they asked the question, in this starting position, the question is, how fast can you build a 6 prime in front of your opponent's back checkers on the 24 point? So let's look at it from Black's point of view and say you can play whatever moves you like. Your opponent won't move, so you won't be hit. And you want to create a 6 prime in front of your opponent's 24 point in the fastest possible way, in the shortest amount of rolls. So I'll leave that with you, and then hopefully we can, when we come back at 3, I can fill you in on the answers for that and why it's so important. So thanks for watching for the moment, and we'll see you in just over an hour's time.
11-point matches. That was one round. So to play potentially 5 11-point matches with no clock, take 24 hours.
Well, I understand the Cuba and KB games are about 70s in some club in New York, wasn't it?
Hi everyone, and welcome back to round 3 of the UK Open. So this match we've got at the bottom of the board is Ian Davidson, who is the defending champion, who won the final against Paul Moulton last year. And he is playing against Kent Goulding, who is the guest of the UK BGF for this tournament. So he's giving him a seminar, I think, tomorrow morning. And also he's doing live commentary. He commented on the Oliver Squire Reece Hodges match on Friday afternoon. So this is round 3. So by my reckoning, they should be down to about 48 undefeated players in the main. So I'm hoping that we can have a slightly longer match this time. So the 2 matches that I've done already were 3 games and 4 games. And if you're playing to 9 points, then you might potentially have 17 games, but 3 or 4 is a pretty low number. So anyway, the players are ready to kick off. So opening roll is 3-4 to Kent Goulding, or KG as I'll probably call him. So he's made a normal play of split and down, 21-9. So that's the favoured play by the computer. Ian's rolled a double 6, which is the very best reply. So Kent's rolled a double 2, so he can't anchor, but he's going to make the 9 point and the 4 point. So you can see he's added 2 new points. He's made the 9 and the 4, and he's unstacked both his heavy points. So Ian's double 6 has given him a race lead, but he's now outboarded. So I think he should just play 13-6, despite the fact it's ugly. So I mean, he can hit off the 4 point, but his advantage is the race lead here. So he preserves that by not exposing any blocks. Okay, 6-5. So we could run one of the back checkers. We could play down from the midpoint, or maybe clear the 9 point. So he's making another point in board. He's playing the position that he has a strong board, and the strong board is helping to defend his split back checkers. So double 2 is a joker. So he points on the 4 point, and he could fill in the 5, but he'll probably hit at the top of the board. I'm not sure about the last 2. I mean, it's certainly not crazy to save the blocks, but if you've got 2 on the bar, maybe you can play a bit more aggressively. So Ian now is certainly thinking about doubling. So he's got off the 18 point was the problem. So he's got the race lead, and he's got Kent on the bar. So I think White should give this one up. That there's a danger of being blitzed, and there's 11 in the zone. So KG sees it the same way. But the other advantage that Ian had was that because of his early double 6, he had a big race lead and sending a 3rd checker back. So his default way of winning, if he couldn't blitz, was just to win the race. Okay, so 3-2 to KG, so 2 down from the midpoint. So you can either do that or split with the 3 and play 2 down. 6-3 hits, so that's clear. 2-6 is a bad number, so he comes in with the 2 is forced, and he splits with the 6. So I'd have been tempted by 11-5, but certainly nothing terrible about his play. So 3-4 doesn't do anything. Maybe just 15-8 here. So that's the way he sees it. So Kent is going to try and make an advanced anchor here, hopefully the 18 point, I guess. Yeah, so he can do that in 2 different ways. So the idea of that is it stops Ian coming home safely. It stops Kent from being blitzed, and now he's working on improving his own prime. So 4-1 is good news and bad news. The good news is you can hit your opponent off the 20 point. The bad news is you will have to expose another blot and potentially get sent back. But hitting off the 5 point is the right thing to do. So you gain a lot in the race, and the opponent's still got to find a number to hit you back. So he has done. So he hits, and no particularly useful two. So probably just come up with the same one. So 5-1 is a good shot. So now he can make the 20 point. So Kent has got an advanced anchor, and now Ian's got an advanced anchor. So what that means is the game will probably go on for quite a while. It's very difficult to get a winning advantage when your opponent's got this advanced anchor that stops him being primed and stops him being closed out. So I've never actually seen Kent play a live game before, so I'm looking forward to this. And you can see he's playing a more open game than most of the modern computer players do. So he's scattered a few blots around rather than just saving a blot with 20-18. So 4-2, not a great roll. So he can enter with either number and find the other number somewhere else, and there don't seem to be any good ones. So maybe 21 and 14 is what would appeal to me. Yes, we could enter on the 23 with the 2 and then hit the opponent. Okay, so he enters and slots. So quite a few blots. 6-3, we can cover the 5 point, but then we don't have a good 6. But covering the 5 point, I think, is something that we have to do. So 8-5, 8-2, the play I think is right here. So Kent's got all these blots. I'm sure he's hoping to make a point after all these slotting he's done. So that makes the 4 point and makes another point in the outfield. So 5-2, Ian could unstack his midpoint, which is what he's going for, or he could get the back check moving. So no particular preference on my part. I rather like his play of unstacking the midpoint. 5-1. So Kent's now kind of paying the price for these 2 stripped back points. So I think he should get rid of one of those, but he sees it rather differently. 4-3 doesn't hit, so we can certainly come up with the 3 and probably cover the 2 point. Yeah. So generally, when you put a blot deep in your home board, or the 1 or the 2 point, then it's generally right to cover that blot. So if you leave it there, you might well pay the price in the future that eventually it'll get hit. So cover it now, and then suddenly it becomes some sort of an asset that at least you've got a 3 point board. So the 5-6 is awkward. 5 comes down, so should he run out or kill a checker? So that neither of them looked particularly appealing. So 4-1 has Kent found a way to create some play yet. There don't seem to be any reasonable plays. So that clears the midpoint. So now he's got something to move. He's got off this TMP problem he had. So 5-5 is a very good shot, I'm sure. Is there anything decisive we can do? We can certainly move off the 20 point, and how keen we are to do that depends on what the race is like. So I have a suspicion we should play 3 out, 20-15 3 times, and then 13-8. So the alternative would be to clear the midpoint and leave all the ones back on the 20. But we're going to get to some mutual holding in the outfield, and generally in these positions, the person who's got the most backward point in the outfield is the one who's losing the game. But they've got more pips tied up in the holding, so the chances are they're the one that's going to leave a shot first. So 2-1, he can't play safely. So 13-11 halves the shots, and then he's going towards making the 5 point the next roll or two. 6-4. Nothing good we can do, so probably just 15-5. So both players are marking time for the moment, both trying to improve their game until they roll a double or they get a shot and can win the game that way. So 5-1. We can't consider leaving any shots. So we could play 8-3 and then probably 2-1. So I would like 2-1 because that checker on the 2 point is what they call a dilly builder. So it doesn't do anything good, and its only future is going to the 1 point. So 4-2, he could clear the 8 point or shuffle his checkers round in the home board. I think I would keep the 8 point here. I'd be very scared of having to break one of my outfield points with a 6 when Kent's board is already so strong. So this is the sort of play that the computer likes. Not this play. So the computer would like something like 5-1 and 6-4 or something. So Kent's still got 2 checkers on the 7 point he can use to move any difficult numbers, whereas Ian is potentially getting into trouble if he rolls a 6 next time. So Kent can play it all in board, so that's what he's looking at. That's the safe play. The problem with this is when he gets a shot, he's going to have 2 blots in board. But better to be the one that gets the shot and decide whether you want to hit it or not. Right, so 6-4, the ones on the midpoint can't move, so you have to play from the 15 to the 5, whether you like it or not. So 6 is hit, and 4-1 is not a 6. So we got to shuffle them somehow in our home board. So 6-2, 4-3, or 6-1 maybe. The next turn, Ian will try and save his blot in the outfield. And if he can do that, Kent's got a problem because he's got 2 points being held by 1. So that leaves him in a position where he'll probably be the one to give the shot first next time. So 2-6, is there a 6 anywhere here? I can't see one. Oh yeah, 13-5, right, so if that's the only 6, you've got to play it. Right, so what's Kent got? 4s and 6s, so he needs to both hit and cover. So he's thinking of doubling or just thinking? So lots of hits here. The problem is, do they win? We got 4 and 6 to hit, and we can cover with 4s or 6s after we've hit, and 2s and 5s. So I wouldn't double this position. I think the danger is when you get your hit, if it's not a perfect hit, you can end up getting gammoned. So I would wait here. It's my verdict for sure. However, it's not my money that I'm losing when it goes wrong. So perhaps we should just count what numbers are good here. So 4-2, 4-5, 4-6. So that's 6 numbers. And then 6-2, 6-5, 6-6. So maybe a third of the time we're really pleased we hit. Probably a third of the time we won't hit at all, and then we'll be unhappy. But a third of the time we're going to hit, and then the game is going to be wide open. So my verdict is still to wait here. The computer looks at it's much better than us humans at figuring all the different combinations of a 2.5 rolls or something. So 4-5 is a hit and save both plots. So that is a brilliant shot. He's delighted with that. And Ian's band, so 2 6s and 8s to hit a second one. 6 is a hitter. Then Black's only threat is to roll double 6. So I would probably get off that by 12 to 8. But if he hits you, then I guess you can hit him back on the 3-point. Right, so 4-6 will make the point. Any 2 or any 6, and we can make the outfield point. We can make the 12-point. So that avoids us losing and gives us double 3 and double 6 to close the 6-point. Five, 3 does nothing. So maybe 8 and 7 is the way to go. Nothing wrong with this play. 7 and 9. So what Kent's doing is he's trying to maximize builders to make the 6-point naturally, but he's also putting himself in a position to be able to pick and pass if Black enters a single checker. So 3-2, again, he can't make it. So he'd like to play 2 in from the 7-point, but that leaves a shot on double 5 and double 6. So he thinks that's worth it. So the positive bit with this is if you get away with it, and it is unlikely you'll leave a shot and get hit, that by having your spares stacked on high points, it means that you're going to be able to keep a 5-point board for much longer. So double 6 comes in, runs out, and should just lose a single. Yeah, so anything that makes 2 crossovers is good enough. So I listened to a commentary from Monte Carlo where Steve Sachs, I think it was doing the commentary, and he said that when you're bearing in or bearing off, that you shouldn't waste any time on the plays, that the computer might have some preference why one is slightly better than the other, but you're not going to give up very much or gain very much in equity, whichever play you take. Right, so this game is virtually over. So Kent is going to be leading 2-1. So 7 away, 8 away. So its scores are still effectively level or close to level in a long match. Yeah, so provided he didn't roll 2-1, he was guaranteed to win. So a 1-point lead in what is effectively an 8-point match is worth about approximately 6% winning chances. So it took me a long time to work out something which is actually obvious, that the winning chances of both players combined always come to 100. And I'm using Rick Janowski's formula of 85 over t plus 6. So t is the points the trailer needs. So KG splits with a 5-1. Double 5 is blitzing is correct. 1-6 fans. So this is a standard position, and disregarding the score, it's known as a no double take. So the problem is that black's short of attack material. So 2-3, Kent makes an anchor. So now Ian's very pleased he hasn't doubled. Well, I would be pleased I haven't doubled, but he's thinking about doubling it because he's made the 4-point right. Things have improved since he last looked at the position. Okay, 5-1. So he wants to split for sure, that he needs to get his back checkers moving. Double 3 is a very good shot. So he makes 1 5-point and decides whether he wants the other 5-point or to unstack. And I think he's right. So it's a surprising choice. Usually you'd be delighted to make both 5 points. But what Kent's seen is that he's not going to get primed from the 2-point anchor. So he doesn't need to upgrade it. So 3-2 is a little awkward. He'd like to make the 10-point, but then he doesn't really have a 2. So again, he's playing much more aggressively, much more actively than I would. I would have just played 10 to 5 is safe. So he's leaving some 7s and 9s when his opponent's got a stronger board. So Ian correctly hits. And if Kent fans, then I think he'll be facing the cube. And he did fan. So now Ian can hit with 1s, 2s, and 9s. So I make that 24 numbers. So I would double this position. So double 6 is good news and bad news, I think. So yeah, it shifts a lot of freight, as they say. So those two are clear, and then 13-7 once, I think, is clear. And then the last one, I think he's right, he brings it down. So Kent's desperate to come in soon, so he's got in. The good news. Bad news is he can't save his outfield blot. So he can hit on the 4 or just come down 13-9. So I like this play. The good bit with this play is if you don't get hit, you've got 4 builders on black. So now Ian's thinking of doubling. No, I'm not saying it's wrong, but I'd be less keen on doubling now than I was before when I had the double shot at the blot.
I'm not afeared. Maybe I should be.
Okay, so Kent's figured he's going to take this. He's got an anchor, the 5 points still open. Good reasons to take. So 6-4, his back checker is still trapped. So he brings this one round to safety. So now Kent's going to look for a pointing number. So 2, 4, 5, 6, double 3, that's good enough. Yeah, so again, he's looking at the 20 point at the bottom, but I don't think you need that now. So you've got 3s and 6s to escape with your back checkers. So have you done enough to redouble? So he thinks not. He thinks he needs too many 3s and 6s. So now he's got a guy in the outfield. He's got plenty of time to get those out. 3, 4 fans. So I guess when blue enters, whether he enters with a 1 or a 2, he's threatening to escape. So I'm not sure in this position whether we should double or not. I mean, what's good is 2-1, double 1, 6-4. Anything else? So I think we're probably still a long way behind in the race because blue's only got 1 back and white's got 2 back. So being unsure, I would probably give it a roll, to be frank. Definitely a position that's worth thinking about. So he decides to give it a roll, and it's not a particularly good roll. So he can't free the back checkers. So, not quite sure why he wanted to save the block. Right, so now he's got added double 2 to his prime making rolls. So 1, 6, not clear whether you come out. Might well be right. Yes, if he makes the bar, it's good for him anyway. But why do you allow him to slot the bar at minimum risk? Okay, so 4 shots here to hit. 2, 1 is not one of them. So I think you have to come to the 23 to stop him using the 8 points to cover the 7. So Kent's giving it another think again. So what's he got? 3, 4, 5, and 6 to point on the opponent. So that's going to be probably 16 numbers, maybe a bit less because some of them aren't going to work. Double 4, double 5 aren't great numbers for sure. So now he thinks it's enough. So he's got 13 in the zone. So he's got enough to get a closeout and 1 spare. So can Blue take this with his 4 blocking points? Is that enough? So if he passes, he's 4-1 down. So I kind of think I should be taking this. So even if the worst happens and you get closed out, then White's still only going to have 20 numbers at most to free his back checkers. So it's not one you like taking, but as I say, I think you have to take this because of this extra chance of winning because of White's 2 trapped back checkers. So 5-2 is a bad roll, so he has to hit and figure out which 2. So that gives him 1s and 4s to cover or hit back, which are numbers that can use to enter. 6, 4 fans. So 1, 4, 6 to cover, 3, 6 to move the back checkers. There's a 4 covers and 2 more 2s. Yes, I don't see the merit of that one, but nothing wrong with it for sure. So Kent needs 3s and 6s to get the back checkers moving. 6, 4. So that qualifies. 6 and 4. So another build for the 1 point. 2, 6. I saw the 6, thought there was a 1 coming. Right, so 3 and 6 to move the back checker. 1, 2, 5 for the closeout. 3, 4. He gets the last checker out. So now Ian is regretting taking, but 1, 6, he feels a lot happier about it now. Right, so 9 or 10. 5 is not it. So that closes the board. So 9s and 10s, 5 and 3, 8 shots. Just anything that gets past would be good, but we can't do that. So we've got this Mexican standoff at the moment where no one's prepared to come closer to anyone else. Yeah, so not sure that's wrong, but I wouldn't like a blotting board. So 8. So this is not a 9 or a 10, and you can't jump past. So you can clear the 6 point, it's the safest play. Or you could come closer and attack the blot. So that involves giving him a direct shot. Right, so 1s and 10s, but 1s, we need 1 something to work well. So double 6 is brilliant. That should conclude the game. So 6, 1. Right, so 10, 18, 42, 62 for white and 54 for black. So white's in striking distance here, and black has potential gaps in his boards. So let me check this again. 35. 41-54. And maybe you add a bit for the ones on the 1 point, so that would be 58 against 62. But with 2 crossovers behind. So blue has a potential gap on the 5 points. So one is theoretically what the computer will say is, should you be taking this? And I think the answer is, if you're Kent Goulding, you should probably give it up against Ian. Okay, 3-4-2 off. So the match will be decided by this game. 4-2, 4 off, 2 down is right. 6-5 is definitely a good number. So Kent has 14 and Ian has 12. And double 6 should seal the deal. So 8 checkers v 12. And Ian's not planning on missing, seemingly. So I think it's now or never. He's still counting on Ian rolling a 2-1. It's the only thing I think that gets him an extra roll. 6-4 is it. Right, so for some reason the matches I'm commentating on all seem to go very quickly. So this was a 3-game match. The first one was a 3-game match. The second one was a very long match of 4 games. So next match is scheduled for 5 p.m. So that's about an hour and a half's time. So I'll follow on from something I said at the end of the last match, is how do you build a prime in front of your opponent? So make a prime from the 2 to the 7 point in the shortest number of rolls. And the starting point for this is, it's a very difficult problem because you have to make 5 points. You've only got the 6 point as part of your prime. So you have to make 2, 3, 4, 5, and 7. And you've only got 8 checkers in the zone, so you need to bring another 4 down somewhere along the line to get 12 checkers. But the way you can solve this problem in 3 rolls is by starting with the triple slot. So that's how I remember the plays. So you start with 13 to 5 as 2 of your 4s, and then you play 8 to 4 and 6 to 2. Then you follow it up with a double 6. So you play 3 down from the midpoint and 8 to 2, and then double 3 completes your prime. So the reason why this is important is the rolls were double 4 is 16, double 6 is 24. So that's 40, and double 3 is 52. And if your opponent had moved one of his back checkers, then you can roll your prime forward with another double 3 and close him out. So that would take you 64 pips. So the reason why I think this is an important idea is that from the starting position, you need 64 pips to close your opponent out. So most people just use checkers in the zone and say, well, okay, I'll just count the checkers in the zone. If there's 8 or less, I don't have enough to attack. And if there's 9 is borderline, but 10 or more, I'm happy to attack. But a detail is how many pips you've moved forward. So we saw in one of the games in this match that Ian started with a double 5. So he did a blitzing play, despite the fact he'd only got 8 in the zone. So no one seems to flag this up, that there's something wrong with this play, that we're blitzing with 8 in the zone, which is normally wrong. But the idea is it's a big roll. It's 20 pips. It's about a third of the 64 you need to close your opponent out. And the contrasting roll is, if your opponent starts with double 2, so he plays 6 to 4 twice and 13, 11 twice, so then he's got 10 in the zone. So now, according to the checkers in the zone, you should say, I shouldn't split with 10 in the zone. But in fact, you do want to split with 1s and 2s, because these checkers haven't gone very far forward. Of the 64 pips, he's only gone forward 8, so he needs another 56 pips to close you out. So his threat is to prime you, so you counter the priming by splitting. Right, so that's it for the moment. So now we will have to wait till 5 p.m. for the next match. So thank you very much and hope you can join us at 5.
Ja,
Ja, ja, igen, oké.
Tehát, hogy hogyha az
Jogos,
le van
persze.
cserélve, akkor az elemzésen fel lesznek cserélve a játékosok, és másik szállnak. Tehát a másik, és megijednek, és meg ja, felcseréltük, és akkor azt gondolják, hogy amott
Valamint
és ez nem vagyok.
kis elfjeid, vagy olyasmi.
Nem, hát minden az én felelősségem. Státuszokat meg veszélyes állítani addig, amíg, mert hogyha egyszer valami keresztáltó és elkezdik, de mégse kell, akkor
Ja, azt hittem, hogy ha már így van és feltöltöd, akkor kell visszaadni. Én csak akkor kapcsolom.
de igaz, de ez jó ötlet, mert hogyha én most beállítom, hogy mi az, ami egyelőre nap médi.
Ja, nem, én csak azt raktam Canvas Locked-ra, amit már feltöltöttem izére.
Igen, de nem volt berakva hozzá a link, tehát a link.
Ja, azt csak elfelejtettem azt, hogy ilyen van.
Majd, de most úgy néz ki, hogy ez kell, ezek mind kellnek, ezek így nem egyelőre.
Ja.
Tehát ezeket tudja majd feltölteni, minden lehet canvas-ra.
Jó.
És ezt elfelejtjük megnézik, mert Olivernek van a időt, azt azoknál csinálom, hogy meg kell állítani, két részes van, hogy én tudjam, hogy
Mi van odaírva? Waiting for?
igen.
Ja.
Mhm. Hi, everyone. Welcome back to round four of the UK Open. And we've got a great match in line for you today. So this is Gaz Owen, who is one of the very best players in the country. And he's taking on David Brown, who is ex UK champion. He's won the UK Open in the past. And I would describe the two as Gaz is a really excellent player, but David is a very fine competitor. So he might not play the absolutely best move, but he plays to win every match and knocks up a very good record on that basis. So it's going to be a very good match, I'm sure. And it looks to me as though Kent Goulding is lined up as one of the commentators. Right, so we're ready to go. So Gaz is on the bottom of the board, and David Brown is at the top. So both of these guys I've known for many years, and Gaz and I had a period when online gaming was permissible, and we both basically made our living at that for quite a while. And I think he was more of a gambler than I was, so I think he ended up being able to put down the deposit on a house through his gambling winnings. So Gaz is there, I can see, and David has gone missing for the moment. So this is round 4. So I think at the moment there is probably like 24 undefeated players in the tournament. So just as to where we are, this is round 4 of the UK Open, and this is the last round for today. So the tournament will resume tomorrow morning about 10:30. And that's not to say this is the stream for today, that there's going to be, I think, some more good matches tonight. So after this game, there's a dinner break, and play is set to resume, I think, at 7:30, which is 2.5 hours from now. So there's several doubles tournaments, and the super jackpot and the mega jackpot will be going on this evening. So still plenty of action tonight. And I have the evening off, so I will be back with you at 10 tomorrow for rounds 5 and 6.
It's early, but come on, let's trade off then.
Are we either of us out after this?
So it looks like the players have arrived.
It's way too early.
Just waiting for someone to click the right button, and they will be spurred into action.
What, the 50 and 100?
So
I think so, yeah.
So including Paul as well?
No.
there's the handshake, and David Brown is the one who's wearing the hat, and Gaz is wearing a hat as well. So as usual in England, the weather could be better, should we say, but I still think wearing a hat indoors is a little overcautious.
Japanese, you kind of flunk. I mean, that was so amazing.
Yeah, well, me, so
What
the
happened?
Italians and
Are they tough?
Italians, yeah, we got the edge, I think, but
Who did you have of the Japanese? Who did you have?
So I was saying after the last match that the first 3 matches I've commentated on today have been very quick. So they've been 3 games, 4 games, and 3 games. So I'm really hoping this one is going to go on for a bit longer than 4 games. So they are both very good players, and I think they will do us proud for this match.
Japanese in Berlin, Sam, who was lovely. God, what a gent.
oh, nice guy. He's a shogi player, isn't he?
So as before, it's a 9-point match. So each point you have as a lead over your opponent is worth 5 or 6% match winning chances. So if one player wins the first point and they're 1-0 ahead, then they'll be more like 55-45 favourite, and if they win 2 points, they'll be something like 61% to 39% favourite. So at the moment, it's all about how many points lead you have over your opponent. But then when you get to the closing stages of the match, there's much more important things as to the detail as to who's odd away or even away. So Gaz starts with 5-2 and splits. David rolls 2-1 is an average roll. So that's a good play. Sometimes you don't want to come off the midpoint and leave your opponent to some indirect hits after they've split. But here, Gaz's hits, they include 6-4, which is a good roll to make the bar anyway. And 2-2 and 4 will play well no matter what he does. So he's really only giving 6-2 as a hitting number to get this extra builder. So 6-3 makes the 5-point. So already the game's taking shape. So Gaz has escaped one of his back checkers. So he's kind of signalling that he wants to be playing a racing game, whereas David has made his 5-point. So he's looking to do priming or blitzing. So Gaz went for the double hit because he couldn't see anything better. So now he'll look to either point on his opponent or cover the 5-point, cover the 1 point. Now this looks like 4 is a great roll. So One option is just to run the back guy all the way, so 22-6, and hope that he can come home safely. So that's what he's looking at now. And that's not really such a bad plan here, because White's moved both his back checkers up. So Gaz should be able to play safely, and with awkward rolls, he can dump something behind to the 1 or the 2 point. And usually, when your opponent's got what they call a goalkeeper on the 24 point, there's the zone contact covers the entire board. But here, there's a shortened zone of contact. So it's what I call one of the nicest words in backgammon, zonk, is the zone of no contact. The idea that the 1 and 2 point safe places for Gaz to move his checkers. So that's one plan. Another plan would be the normal attacking play of maybe making the 4 point and the 9 point, or maybe just making the 5 point without hitting. So Gaz is rightly taking his time on this. I would just play checker out all the way and taken my chances. And 3-6 he anchors, so that stops the attack in its tracks. And now he's trying to try and guess, so Gaz will also force, so he escapes with a hit in the process. And 5-4 he comes in and plays down. So Gaz has the advantage, and I think he's wondering where he should be doubling. So the blot on the 1 point he has on the 1 point is a bit of a disadvantage. So he's got to save his outfield checker. He's got to cover the blot on the 1 point, and then somewhere along the line he's got to make the 5 point. So I think maybe he needs to do 1 or 2 of these things before he doubles. But Gaz is always an aggressive doubler, and he's always an aggressive taker. So if you want to win against him, you've got to play the game to the end. Right, so 5-3 saves the blot, makes a new blocking point. It's not really a blocking point, it's more a safe landing spot for the checkers on the midpoint. The 6-5 safely evacuates the checker. So what's happened at this stage is Gaz has got his back checkers out, and he's got coming home safely, and he's got a big racing lead. But on the other hand, David has got the anchor on the 3 point, so he's not going to lose the game until Gaz has got lots of his checkers off. So 5-5 is half good and half bad. So he's played the good half to the 4 point, but then he's got to lose his spares from the 6 point. So 5s are potentially dangerous for Gaz next time. So he can't play off the 8 point. He's got to break 8 point if he's not going to leave a shot. So that makes it a bit harder for him to clear the 8 points safely. So he's still got 3 landing spots. So any 3-4-6 combination will clear the point safely. So 6-6 is maybe a bit too fast for David. So one option is he can play the back checkers out, but I think he's clearly losing the race. So maybe he moves one of them out and leaves one back to see if he can cause some trouble. Yeah, so moving one out is forced, and now he's assessing whether he wants to leave the other one behind. So there's quite a few pointing numbers, but there's some bad 5s, as I was saying before. So 5-4, 5-6, 5-3. Yeah, so I well like this play by David, that the race wasn't much good, so he should look for some hitting opportunities. So if nothing else, by staying back, he's making it harder for Gaz to get into the race efficiently. So if his checker wasn't there, Gaz would just be bringing checkers home badly and starting the bear off. But the white checker on the 22 point is slowing things down for him. So 6-5 is forced play, and David has a chance to hit a 3, which will probably win the game instantly. So he hits, plays the 2 safely. So Gaz is going to need to enter right now, I think, to save the cube. So David sees it the same way. So yes, it's a big pass. I'm sure they're right. So the problem for Gaz is first he has to come in, which is only a 30% chance every time. And even when he comes in, he still needs to roll a 5 or 6 to jump the 4 prime in front of him. So David's formation had 2 advantages. So one, it's a strong board, keeps Gaz on the bar, and the other one is it's a 4 prime that stops him escaping even when he's come in. Right, so Gaz gets a 4-3 to start. So you can either bring down 2 builders from the midpoint, or this play where you split and come down. So David has 6-3, so the right play is to hit off the 4 point. Gaz rolls 6-3, can't hit, so coming out duplicates 4s. So 5-3 can make the 3 point, or he can just point on the 1 point, and I think that's right. So it's not what you'd like to do in the opening, but at least it stops your opponent causing you any problems while he's got to come in. Right, so Gaz has got both the back checkers out, so David knows he has to split against this formation. So he pretty quickly decided to split with the 4, and it wasn't clear to me. I would have thought splitting with the 3 was better, but not a great deal of difference between the two. So if Gaz can get into a race, then he'll have the advantage, but he's still got his backward 16 point he's got to clear somehow. And now, as is often the case in holding games, the players spend a lot of time doing nothing, gradually moving the pieces around. So David's looking at this, and this is the obvious play, and I think he just wants to see how far he's ahead in the race if he does it. And he seems confident he's ahead by enough, at least. So Gaz is figuring out how to get the best value from his double 2. David is now doing an audit and trying to see how he stands as far as the race is concerned. So Gaz needs to go 6 pips with his back checkers to get level, and then another 3 checkers to get level to the 8 point. So he's 9 pips behind outside, but he's also quite a few behind inside. So that could have been a double for David. And since he didn't double, then it probably means he was worried about the contact of clearing his midpoint. So David rolled a 20 and Gaz rolled a 12. So David's gained another 8 pips. So now I think it's going to be a double and a big pass. So I did a quick count before they had this exchange of rolls, and I thought David had enough of a lead to double there, aside from possibly the contact. But now I think he's way ahead in the race. So this is double and easy pass, I think. Yeah, so if you just mentally look at how far Gaz has to move with his outfield checkers to get them to a symmetrical position with white, and that he needs kind of like 2 7s and 2 2s and a 1, so he's massively behind in the outfield before you even start looking for the home boards. Right, so that was a point. So David is 3-0 up, so 6 away, 9 away. Gaz has chosen the slotting play, so the 3 point lead is significant. Whether it's the computer figures it's enough to slot with the 5-1, I'm not sure. The double six is a great roll. That gives David the edge in this game for the moment. So double one, Gaz will cover the 5 point, and then he will want to do some splitting play. So I would come up to the 21. I can't really see anything else. So yes, I mean potentially he could just come up to the 22 and stop there because he's got the direct exit. So 3-1 makes the 5 point is good. So Gaz needs to anchor now. So 6-5 is no good for that respect. So I'm thinking White's probably still got a race lead here because of the double six he threw in. The problem with this is there's no good play. So at a level score, I'd certainly be thinking of doubling as White. So does the 3 point lead slow him down? So 6-2, he can come down to the 7 point and then decide whether to play safe or hit. So he's an aggressive player. He hits, no doubt encouraged by the blot at the bottom of the board. So 4-6 hit and cover. That's a brilliant shot. Now that should also be enough to allow Gaz to catch up in the race.
Are we playing dice on checkers? Can we? Yeah, there you go.
I see. So Gaz wants to make the point right. And he does have a 1 at the bottom of the board. Okay, 1-6 is in and out. So again, we've got a mutual holding game. So that's a good shot for David. He wants to get that checker round on top of his prime safely. 3-1. So now Gaz has run out of things to move safely next time. So he's going to either have to make a run for it or give up a point. So I mentioned before this TMP position, as we used to call it, where you've got 7 points and 1 spare. So Gaz has only got the checker on the 5 point to move. So he's thinking about saving a 6, because otherwise, if he rolls a 6 next time, it might be catastrophic. So 6-3 is a bad number, so he can't just play one checker down from the midpoint because it would land on the anchor. So that means he's got to give up the 8 point. I don't think he can volunteer a shot when Gaz has got this 4 point board. So double 3, he can't run off the anchor. So 6-3, and either slot again or give up the 6 point to make the 3. So 2 blots in board gives David a chance to play a bit boldly for 1 roll. So he could play 13-3, or he could utilize this opportunity to clear the 18 point. So I'm pretty sure this is right. He wants the contact here. He should be a long way down in the race. So this is good play by Gaz. He's strengthened his board, and now he's seeing what he wants to do with the 5. So this is a run-off anchor play, and these are some of the hardest plays that even the best players in the world get wrong. So the criteria for this is it's basically a safely bold play. So you're saying if I get away with it, am I converting to a race I'm winning? And the other thing is to say how likely are you to get away with it? So how strong is your board compared to your opponent's? So double 4 looks like the perfect reply. So he can hit and cover and then decide what to do with the other 2 4s. Or he could choose not to hit. He could just play 18-10 twice. Hitting and covering seems like such a perfect roll. At the moment, he's giving 6, 4, 3, 4, 5. So this again is good play. So Gaz needs to come to hold off you. Yeah, so that looks right. So now the boot's really on the other foot. It's David who's the guy who's got to roll well to avoid leaving shot. 6-4. Can he run? Doesn't look like it. So he can just clear the 10-point safely. I can't see there's anything wrong with that. And 5 is completely safe. That must be the best play. 5-2. Gaz can hold on for one more roll. So now he's got a closed board. So any hit is going to win instantly for him. So David's back checker seems to be 12 away, which looks very good. So moving 11 away gives Gaz a winning 6-5 as well as the double 4 and double 6. So there it is. So David's
It was a nice play.
gesturing here that he appreciates how well Gaz was rolling.
Your double one was a good play.
Yeah, we've got to go for it. I can't believe you.
Same shots anyway. Same shots anyway.
Exactly. Your 6-5 was a nice play too.
So Gaz is now having a think whether he's too good to double. So he's got one checker on the bar. There's 3 in the outfield with 3 pips to go home. So on the method I was using last time, it's 5% for the one checker closed out, plus an extra 2% for each of the 9 pips. So about a quarter of the time he might have got a gamma. But the negative is he did have one checker trapped. So if he wants a double 5 and can't move, then David could come in and the game is wide open again. So Gaz is on the score sheet. 2-3. Usually best to split, but there's certainly nothing wrong with this play. So 9 or 10 to hit. 4-2 fills in now needs the 5-point, the solid 4-point prime. So 4-3 you can hit will make the bar. So hitting is clearly right. So Gaz has the board strength. David, I imagine, has the race lead after that hit. So Gaz is looking at this play, it's definitely a good play. So one of the 3 things you have to do from the starting position is unstack the heavy points. So you can see Gaz has unstacked his 6-point. He's got some movement with his back checkers, but his midpoint still had 5 on it. So 3-6 again. So yeah, he doesn't want to commit to a 1-3 back game. So this play I call a decoy and diversion. So what you do is you go out to the bar point and you say to your opponent, you have to deal with this blot before you can make it in a board point. And it seems here David can't conveniently deal with it. So I think he should just ignore that and just make the 5-point. So yeah, there's a safe play. He could play 13-10 and 11-6, but that does look very ugly, putting a 6 checker on the 6-point.
God, no idea.
So that's what he's looking at, and he's wondering, can he bring this position home safely without leaving any shots? Because if you make the 5-point, you're then saying that, hold on, he's done something wrong there. Yeah, so I think they're getting back to the right position. Yeah, so that's right. So if you make the 5-point now, you pay 1 shot, but you're in a much better position to bring the game home if you survive this 1 shot. And Gaz has still got a gap on the 5-point at the bottom of the board, and David's holding the 17-point, or Gaz's 8-point. So this is a wild play. This can't be right, I don't think. Double 5 is in and out. Yeah, so there's no other 5s. That's the answer to that play. He can't move the 3-point and he can't play off the midpoint. So now David needs to find a way to come home safely so he can make the 11 and the 7. That seems to be the only safe play. So 5-1, well, that's an awkward number. So you can't play off the midpoint if the 5s and 1s are blocked. So don't think you can come off the anchor, so you've got to play 15 to 10 and then find the 1. So probably 15 to 9. So that gives him 1s in lots of places. And David's still only got a 1-point board with a blot, so he's not going to relish the hitting contest. Yes, Gaz is just wondering if there's a better one. So 5-3, he can hit and cover, but he has to give up the midpoint in the process. So lots of 1s will hit here. 2-1, 3-1, 4-1, 5-1, 5-5, 4-6, so he fans. So 2-3 or 1-3? It's 2-3, he'd be hitting. 1-3, he could play 2 checkers to the 10 point, or he could try making the 5. And now he's leaving 3 blots. So if Gaz comes in now, there could be carnage. So 4-2 comes in, but he can't hit. Now this is a difficult formation for David with the 1 point made. It's difficult to bring the game home safely from there. You want to have all your checkers in front of the anchor so you can. Oh, double 5 is a disaster. So now David, I would think of doubling now as white because it's your opponent's given up his 6 point. How can you possibly win the game? So maybe he's a bit greedy. But just moving the. I think you should make the 4 point now in front of the anchor, and because Gas's board is broken permanently, I think you want to look very hard for hitting all this. So I would do 8 to 4 twice and decide what to do with the rest of the roll. So that leaves a 5 shot. I don't think Gaz will hit unless he rolls. Well, he's proving me wrong. I was going to say unless he rolled double 5 or 5-3. So Gaz has got the 2-3 back game, so now he wouldn't mind a small checkers being sent back. So he's leaving a few blocks around for David to try and avoid. So David sees it differently. He sees that he's putting a checker behind a prime, whereas Gaz sees it that he's getting more time to hold his game together. So should he come up to the 4 point? I think that's the answer here. I think the timing is so bad. You bring the 3 checkers up from the 23 to the 21 and play a 3-4 back game instead of a 2-3 back game. So if you're going that way, you want to get the other guy up to the edge ready to escape. So 5-2, I think now you do hit. So always with these back games, the question is, Blue is probably going to get a shot, and the question is what state his board is going to be in when he gets that shot. So sometimes you want your opponent to be playing, so they break their board. But in this position, he doesn't want Gaz to be playing, because the more time Gaz has to play, the more time he has to reconstruct his board. So this concept is called overtiming. So here's the cube, and I thought it's been a big pass for a long time, was my kind of feeling. So maybe he's tempting Gaz into taking this. Gaz is not the man to be fooled. Okay, so 4-1 to David. So he's inching ahead. He's still keeping his lead. So now he's 5 away. So 5 away is a score that Mochi and Michi call a stupid score. So the problem is that the natural progress of many games is you double and you win 2 points and you get to 3 away is not much good for you. So my theory is when you're 5 away, you want to have a gammon threat. So then when you double your opponent, the threat of winning 4 points and taking you to Crawford is enough to get them to pass to give you the 1 point you wanted in the first place. Okay, so 4-2, it's a close decision. The computer usually likes hitting, but there's certainly not much wrong with making the 4 point. 3-5 hits outside, that's perfect. So David's got the edge for the moment. 2-6, he has to come down. So that's unstacking the mid. Playing 8-2 is a move with no future. So 6-3 he hits and saves the blot, maybe. Yeah, so again, David is a natural fluid player. He doesn't like piling checkers up on points. He'd much rather be unstacking the midpoint rather than putting something else on top of it. Right, so if that's his 5, why doesn't he play 8-4? So 5-6, the only 6 is to hit 8-2, and then you must decide what to do with the 5. So he's decided to remake the 8 point. 2-5 hits for sure, or not. And I was thinking you must hit here. There's the hitting play. I guess he's got the white blot in his hand. So the alternative, if you make the 20 point and the 4 point, you've got 2 holding points on the 20 and the 18, but generally they're too close together. So McGreal had a phrase he called about the sphere of influence of a point. So he said if you hold the 20 point, then it covers the 6 points in front of it. So all the points going out to the midpoint. But you can see the 18 point covers very much the same ground in a different way. So there's not as much hitting chance from there as you would hope for. So 3-1, probably right. 3-2, so Gaz will enter with the 3 and then decide if he wants to lock up the 20 point or hit again. I think you should hit. He's gone this way. He's a long way behind in the race already. And always useful is, I say, when you hit your opponent, you want to look at the bad 6 from the bar. So when he enters with 1-6, 2-6, 3-6, 5-6, how can he play that? Can he play it safely, or does he have to expose another blot? So one other motivation behind this attacking play we made last time was that White only had 8 in the zone, so you can see he's had to break the 8 point to have an attack, so his forward position is collapsing very rapidly. So it's all very good, this hitting, but he's only protected by a 2 point board. So 1 entering is forced and 4 is optional. So I would hit on the 4 point here automatically. So the 4 is the number that David needs to cover the 2 point at the top of the board as well. So 5-6, 5 comes in and the 6 is bad. So you've got to go out to the 14. Seems like the only 6 that's legal. And now Gaz is hoping to do some hitting and covering. So 2-5 covering is, we could do covering or hitting, but not both. So one of those comes out. 5-3. I think you must lock up the 18 point here. That you're in danger of having too many blots and nowhere for them to find refuge. So whatever else you do, I would make the 18 point here and then figure out what else to do. So this is what he does. So he can hit, and that leaves 3 blots, or he can just come round to the 11 point. That leaves 2 blots, but does duplicate ones. So 4-3 comes in and doesn't hit. Bit useless. 3-2. No, 3-1. Right, so hit and cover. So that solves the problem of the plot on the 2 point for the moment. So 6 again, you can see is not good for David's team. So he does have a good 6, 10-4, but it is pretty much burying a checker. So 5-4, I kind of think you make the 20 point here and ask White how on earth he's going to play safely. So 6-4, can't see a 6. Oh, we've got to play 18-8. Yeah, that's the only way to get a 6. So if you hit with the 4 at the top of the board, your 6s are all blocked. So the backgammon rules say if you can move both numbers, you have to do it, irrespective of how bad it is for your position. So 6-3, Gaz has a choice of hits. So don't know why he likes that one. 3-3 is usually good, but we are missing that point in the 3rd quadrant. And that's what David's looking for here. So he's thinking slotting the 5 doesn't look attractive. Playing a 3rd one down doesn't look attractive. So maybe he's thinking of hitting on the 1 point. So that's leaving 1s and 5s, but all those hits involve giving up the anchor or an anchor. So this looks like 2-3, so maybe we just make the 5 point. Yeah, so that's what he's gone for. So 4-3. Again, there doesn't seem to be anything remotely close to a safe play. 4-2 Gaz fans. It's still very difficult for David to bring this position home safely. So 3-5 is a very good start. And covers his blot, puts another one on the bar. And Gaz comes in with 1. So David is having a think here. So as I said earlier on, the question to ask is, do you have enough of a gammon threat to persuade your opponent to pass? I think he's thinking there's a bit more work to do. Yeah, so he'd like to come up with a 2 and forget about the 1. So then he's duplicating the entering 3 with the hitting 3. But if he does come up, he's got to play the 1 to the 14 point, so he leaves a 2 to hit, which he doesn't like. Three, 2 is the hitting number. Well, he got rid of the bad 6s by being on the bar. Okay, 3-2. So how is Gaz going to extend his prime? So he hasn't got enough checkers to blitz, so he has to make a priming structure. And clearly here, his plan should be to make the prime from the back, not the front. So Gaz has come in again. It's good for him. He was facing a big problem if he stayed out. So it doesn't come out of the 3 point. I would be a bit scared here and bring one of the checkers, one of the blots in. But White's board is just too scary for me. So I would play 10 to 4 here. 11 to 5 is also reasonable. But Gaz is worried about having too many checkers on the 22 points, so he's wondering whether he should come out. But I think it's just too dangerous. So I think you have to wait for the position on the 5 point to be resolved, whether white covers it or you hit it. So 3-2 he covers. So now Gaz is in dire straits. So 5-1. Again, I think he has to play safely. So David's giving this some thought now. So it's not as though he has a threat that he's going to hit anything next time. The problem is that Gaz's position could fall apart when he's forced to move something. So 5-2, he has to move the checker off the 22. It is a double shot. Right, so he's found something at the bottom of the board. So it's looking very difficult for Gaz to take, but can't afford to leave any shots against this 5-point board. But 6-3 is a bad roll. These sixes have been bad for a very long time for David. I think he's got to play off the 10 point. That's the only way to leave a single shot, I think. I suppose he could clear the midpoint with 13-4. Yeah, so this is a very tough play. So I guess it comes down to the fact we can move our existing block to the 8 point, then we give him 1s and 5s, or we could clear the midpoint and then we give him 6s and 10s, or we can clear the 10 point and give him 3s and 7s. So I'm really not sure about which play is right here. So I originally thought that 10 to 4 and 17-14 was the way to go. So the good bit with these plays is that when most of the time when black hits, he has to break his bar point and create 2 blocks. So then the danger is when you come in and hit him that it's terminal for blue or black. There's also an argument for this clearing the midpoint play, because again, you're leaving 6s to hit that break the bar point. So this looked to me like the worst of the plays. 6-4, so 6 is forced. 4 comes out as well.
God, my name is Abdul. I've got to gamble now.
Right, so Gaz has decided there's not enough threat of getting gammoned. 5-2, survive roll 1, so I think now he's happy he's taken. 5-3, does he do that, or does he make his own midpoint? I thought making his midpoint might give him some more shots in the short term. Yeah, so that was again one of these pay now, pay later decisions, and it's like, are you going to leave more shots next time? Again, this is a common problem. So you want to make the 3 point, you want to use those builders to do it, but you know there's a shot coming next time. And a 5-2 doesn't play safe, so he's forced to play 13-6, I think. So his choice is leave a shot and clear the midpoint, or just leave a shot and not clear the midpoint. So any 6 is 70 numbers and double 5. So that was half the time he hits. Now Gaz has still got some chances from here. So actually he's got, I think if I remember correctly, something like 15% chance of hitting when he's got the point 6 away from the block. Yeah, so this is probably a bad play, letting the sixes go past you. So 6-4, six is forced, and 4 you have to play behind. 5-1 he's missed, so now it's very much a struggle to save the gammon. The 1-4-1 comes in safe, and then that's the safest way to play the 4. The double 2, I'm racing to save the gammon here, so I would play 12-6, and then shuffle one of the outfield checkers. I think it's remote, you're going to hit a shot, and the blot on the 3-point is going to be critical to the game. First you've got to get the shot, then you've got to hit it, and then he's got to roll the 3. So 2-1 is useless. Yeah, so a crossover is always good. Three is bad for David here. So now he has a choice how boldly to play it. Yeah, so that looks like a good compromise. You get 2 off and you clear the difficult point. Again, Gaz is being very sparing in pips he's wasting to save the gammon. So 4-3, if we play off the 4-point, we have to leave 3 on the back point. So I think that degree of safety is what's called for. So Gav gets his last outfield checker home. So now David clears the back point, and Gaz will run with one of his back checkers, unless he rolls double 1. Right, so I think there's 10 left. So now he's down to 6. So now Gaz has to worry about getting backgammoned. So that should save the backgammon. 4-1, yeah, save the backgammon and put them on different places. So the only way he can get off it is David rolls a double 1 and discovers there's some more checkers. That double 4 is a brilliant shot. So 1 home and get yourself ready to save it with a 6. Yeah, so enough doubles in the barrel. But there was always a risk, as I was saying, when Gaz took this cube, there was good winning chances, but always the risk he'd get gammoned. So David is taking a break, right? So at the moment, the time is David has 9 minutes left and Gaz has 12 minutes left. So 8-1 Crawford, 1 away, 8 away. So that's not a score I know. I know 1 away, 7 away is 9% winning chances. So this is probably something like 5% winning chances. Okay, so if they're taking a break for a minute, so will I. So they're about to play the Crawford game when they get back. And whenever you play the Crawford game, you want to look at how many points the trailer needs to win the match. So if Gaz wins 1 point the next game, then he'll need 7 points to win the match, and he'll be turning the cube to two every game. So that would be four more games after this one. But if he wins the gammon on this game, then he'll have 3 out of 9. So he'll only need to win three more games. So what that says is the gammons are valuable for black. So Gaz will try to win a gammon, and David will try not to get gammoned. But it's not as though getting gammon costs David the match. So it's not one of these scores where the gammon price is as high as it will ever get. It's, let's say, it's high-ish, but you should still concentrate on winning the game and not care too much about being gammoned. So far from what I've seen of the tournament, it's all been going quite smoothly. So I don't think there's anyone who's turned up for matches an hour late, and certainly the British players seem to have got the hang of setting up the board with all 15 checkers. So one thing I did learn from Monte Carlo is when your opponent for tomorrow asks you what time the match is, you should reply 5 p.m. irrespective of what time it is. So while we've got a pause, I'll say a few words about the board. So the tournament this weekend is sponsored by Art Gammon, and they've provided. I think there's a board for the winner of the tournament, and also there's a special free tournament where you can win a board, irrespective of what happens in the main tournament. So looking at the boards, I'd be honest and say quite frankly they are very good boards. There doesn't seem to be anything particularly wrong with them at all. So the checkers I like very much with the silver borders to them. And one of the things when you get a board is you always want to check that the checkers actually fit within the board. So if you put checkers on all of the 6 points and they fit neatly, then it's a well designed board. But I've seen boards where you can't really fit in 6 checkers without squeezing them together, or somewhere there's acres of space between them.
Ebbe a kis
Oh wow.
szálba.
He's got it one up, is he? Is it still going?
Yeah, it is. Szóval ebbe a kis szálba kell átírni az üzenetet.
Csak annyit, hogy már most mi van kiírva? Ja, csak annyi, hogy meg a jackpot at 7.
Next match at 7:30 p.m. meg a jackpot.
Jó.
Oké?
Jó.
So while we're waiting, I will mention that I think it was the first match we saw today, Dan Rivera was playing Oliver Squire, and Dan ended up winning. And whenever Dan does the commentary, he always points out his site, Backgammon is Beautiful. And I've looked at a few videos there, and I can say some of them are certainly worth watching. So if you have the time, I would recommend one video there where he interviews Wilcox Snelling, and Wilcox goes through 10 blunders that Mochi made and what could possibly be wrong with his thinking in those plays or what he should be trying to achieve. So you can certainly have a browse through there, and it's certainly worth looking at, I would say. So another thing that's going on in Britain at the moment is they have the Edinburgh Festival, which is kind of newcomers to entertainment who are trying to make an impression. And I think they said there were something like 52,000 performers from 49 countries. And every year they have a competition to the judges decide which is the best joke at the festival. And the winner this year was a man who was describing how he decided to have an adventure and was going to sail round the world in a very small boat, but eventually he lost his nerve and he bottled it. So you can compare that with the best joke I made up over this year, and that is you've probably heard a lot of discussion about assisted dying and the rights and wrongs of it. So I had an idea that if someone would like to set up a company with me, I think we could make a killing. So I can't remember if the breaks in this tournament are meant to be 5 minutes or 15 minutes, but I think they're up to 20 minutes by now. Fortunately, as I said before, the next round doesn't start till 10 tomorrow morning, so there's no great urgency for them to finish this one. But I imagine both of them will have some participation in the tournaments this evening. So at some stage they're going to bother to come back and finish this off, I hope. I did check the video to make sure that David has actually only got 8 points and he didn't win an extra point by mistake. So the score is correct that David is leading 8-1 with the Crawford game to come next, but still no sign of the man. I'm potentially putting the blame on David Brown because I can see his empty chair, but where Gaz is, I don't know either. So I was talking a little about the Crawford game when they walked off, and you can see Gaz needs 8 points. So if he wins a single on the Crawford game, that will give him 1 point. So then he's got 2 out of 9. So he needs another 7. He'll be doubling first roll. So he'll need 4 more single games or their equivalent to win the match. Whereas if he gets a gammon on this game, then he'll be up to 3 out of 9, and he'll only need 3 games at 2 points a time. So the Crawford game is valuable, but as I was saying, it doesn't win the match for him. So it's not a gammon value of 1. So looks like the players are just about turning up. So um, these Crawford games, it doesn't cost Gaz anything when he gets gammoned. So he has an opportunity to play more back games, more defensive games. So he's starting as a very small favourite in this game, something like 50.5% or something like that. So Gaz starts with 3-1 is the best roll, best opening roll. 6-4, you can split or run or make the 2-point. I think making the 2-point is the worst play here because it's a play that wins lots of gammons, which aren't worth anything. So either split or run is going to be the top play. I think the computer favors the running play. So 6-5. Yeah, so this is a play that's dictated by the score. So rather than just running, Gaz is looking for some more contact, which is going to give him more gammon wins. So 3-1, you can hit, or you can play safe, or you could make the 5-point. And in general, making the 5-point beats most other things. So the problem with the play he was looking at of 24-21 and 14-13, the safe play, is that when you play these running games and they don't work out, you get hit, then the problem is you find you haven't developed your position at all, and you have very few winning chances. So I think the answer is quite clear that you want to make the 5-point now while you can. So this is a mistake, and the magnitude of it, I'm not sure. So 4-2 is perfect. That points on him. So 3-1, he has to come in, and he has to hit because there's no other option. So this gives Gaz a good 6 from the bar. So now you can see the problem with David's plan is that he's virtually back in the starting position. He's got 2 checkers back, and he's got no development at all in the position. So 4-2, Gaz wanted to make the bar point, but he can't. So I think his plan should be to extend his prime from the back. So I think 18-14, 13-11 is the play. Yeah. So this is aiming at the bar point and the 9-point to keep David blocked. The double 1 makes the 5-point for sure, and then he can't make the 7-point safely. So 8-6, I think is right. And now Gaz would like to make another blocking point, and this doesn't do it. So he should save his blot 14-13, and then creep up at the back, so he's got direct exit. So that would be 23-22. Then with the last 2 ones, probably play 8-7 twice. Yeah, so this certainly isn't bad, but like I say, I would like to have had a chance of getting the back checker moving. So 6-1 again, I think David is obliged to play safe and just play 13-6. There's more incentive now to play 13-7, 6-5. So if he gets away with it, he's got a reasonably good priming position. So you can see that's why I like this idea of creeping up with the 1 last time. So 1-6, he can get out, or he can make the bar. There are 2 choices. So making the bar keeps 2 checkers blocked behind a 5 prime. So there's going to be more gammons that way. Double 5. I'm not sure if this is good or bad, but you're pretty much sure that we have to make the 3-point, and then I guess we can remake the 8-point or start blitzing. So perhaps the answer here is you make the 8-point and you go for the priming game. Yeah, so this third one is forced. So now he has the real choice whether to hit or to remake the 8-point. Now this isn't too bad for David. He's still stuck behind the 5 prime, minimizes his winning chances, but the fact he's got an anchor means that he can't get closed out, so he's not going to have many gammon losses from this position. So 3-5 hits for sure. And we probably bring another one down to the midpoint. Then no dice on checkers. 4-4 comes in and makes the 6 prime. So he's thinking about playing 6-2 with the 4th one, but I can't see any advantage in that. 4-3 is a point on head. Now maybe Gaz has some bad rolls, so 2-6 will force him to break his prime. 2-3 doesn't seem as though there's much good you can do with it. if you're doing that too, then you have to play 10 to 7. So the problem, I think, with this play is that if you make your prime, you're not going to be able to keep it long enough to win.
Wow.
Right, so 1-6, that is the very worst. So he has to come in, he's stuck behind a prime, and he has to dismantle his own. So now I think David will very happily hit with a 5 that escapes his back checkers and sends another one of Gaz's back. So David seems to have found one of the very few ways to get the advantage back in this game. So now David just needs another 5 to get the back guy out. He's got 6-1 and 6-2 to make a prime, so 4-1 is not the escaping 5, but at least he's got a prime now. So there's the 5 David wanted. So now Gaz's only hope is to make an anchor somewhere and then to hit a shot in the bear off. So in terms of hitting, he's better placed staying on the 24 point. He's more likely to hit. But that means his shot will come a bit later. So he might have to do a lot of damage to his board while he's waiting there. So he's seeing this as the play that he's more likely to have a strong board when he gets his shot. So this looks like double 3. So the question is, do you take the risk and clear both the points, or do you just clear one of them? So you can clear the 8 point and the 7 point, but you leave a couple of shots in the process. So 6-3 and 5-4, so 4 hits. So that's over 10% of the time you get hit. Yeah, so you can clear one of the points, and this one I didn't really like. I thought I preferred keeping the 8 point, because then White has a lot of 6s he doesn't have to play. Now he's got to come in with a 6 and dismantle the prime. So 6-5 is his terrible number here. 5-4 leaves a shot. 5 is forced. So 4 for Gaz will turn the game round again. So he missed that. So 5 tries to maximise builders to fill in the gap. So 6 is bad for David, so he has to expose a second blot and can only save one of them. So 7-5 is minimum shots, 11 shots. If he saves the other blot, it's 13. So 5-3, Gaz misses again. So he has to keep the status quo for the moment, because there's 4 builders can point on him when he breaks the point. So double 6 is great roll, 4 off for no shots. So now Gaz will probably have to run. Yeah, so 4 filling in the gap. And then I think you have to run. The problem is if you make the board, then you're really aiming to hit the shot the very next roll. If you don't, then you're going to have some bad numbers where you have to break your board permanently. The double 2 looks forced. You can't take any off. So makes despairing gestures, but he's still way in front in this game. So Gaz needs to get a shot and to hit it, and then still win the game. So 5-1, David is rapidly taking checkers off, so he's got 6 off already. So he's going to have certainly more than that off when he leaves a shot. So now he has 8 off, and Gaz might be forced to run. But he can hang about for one more roll. So David needs a double or a 1 to play safely. 4-5. So now Gaz must hit with a 1 to have any life. So that's it. That's the end of the match. So David goes through as one of the 12 undefeated players tomorrow morning. Right, so thank you all very much for watching, and thank you for the kind comments that some people have written in the side of the video. So if you want to hear me commenting a match again, that will be tomorrow morning. But I rather suspect that the organisers have got other interesting people to do commentary for this evening. And I would suggest you look at the notes from the UK BGF when the next match is. So my guess would be it would be 7:30, but I certainly wouldn't bet any money on that. So once again, thanks very much for watching, and hopefully you'll be back with us tomorrow morning at 10:15, 10:30 is the next match I'll be talking about.
Oké. Wow. És ők is végeztek.
Gentlemen, just one match tonight then. One stream, I should say.
Okay.
I'll text the names: Paul Morton and Gear Pedersen.
Right. Fantastic. Okay. And commentators will be on site here.
You've only got Merrin so far.
That's good enough. She's
Well,
very
she
nice.
doesn't think she is, so you tell her. All right, you tell her.
She wants somebody to help her.
Yeah. Send him in.
Yeah.
Sorry?
Oké,
Mit
szóval az
mondod?
van, hogy a Marian egyedül nem akarja
Na
kommentálni
bazzeg,
a
jó,
meccset.
akkor majd magyarul beszélünk. Köszöntjük a magyar nézőket,
csak
mind a
viccelek.
kettőt.
Csak vicceltem. Nagyon klassz. Minden ott van, kivéve a Marin és a Chris. Ugye? Mert azt nem írtad be, mert hogy not needed. Ugye ennyi? Chris
Ja, akkor
Jones.
igen.
Nem baj, beírom, és azt átküldjük neki. Nagyon-nagyon-nagyon klassz minden, nagyon tetszik. Jó.
Halljátok?
Aha. Meg kicsit sokat ott dumáltam ilyen arcokkal.
Releváns arcokkal.
Tessék?
Releváns arcokkal.
Releváns.
Hm?
Nem tudom, hogy relevánsak-e.
Az ügyfeleim. Jó, akkor releváns.
Hello.
Oh, here it is. Sorry. Oh, I normally use a raffle box.
Yeah, if you want to, I don't know.
Yeah, we can set it up. No problem.
Is that okay?
Yeah,
Do you mind?
no problem. You have?
I've got one upstairs. I can.
You really want it? I mean, if you want it,
It's fine.
it's fine.
Okay, everybody, welcome back to the evening's action at this year's the 10th UK Open 2024. I'm Meryn Rose. I will be your commentator this evening. And what we're watching this evening is the Mega Jackpot semi-final. So the Mega Jackpot was one of the side events for the UK Open. It was a £250 entry and 16 players. And we're down to the last 4 players. So this is the second bracket, which is Paul Moulton and Geir Pedersen. And then in the other bracket, which will be a really exciting matchup as well, is Tobias Hellwag and Kent Gouldy. So the winner of this match will play the winner of that match this evening, and the event will conclude this evening. There's tons of backgammon going on at Leamington Spa this evening. We've also got the doubles, which is kicking off now, and I'm not sure how many pairs are in that, but I think pretty much everyone who's not playing in the in either of the jackpots is playing in the doubles, and we do have the super jackpot going on as well. I'm keeping an eye on the chat, and I'm by myself at the moment, so probably until someone gets knocked out of the doubles and comes to join me. So feel free to jump on the chat, ask me any questions or anything that you want to know, and obviously if anyone is transcribing or looking at positions, that would be amazing as well. So if I start actually paying attention to what's going on in the match, so we're playing 2-11. It looks like Paul has started off kind of with a blitzing position early on, and is now Rolled a 6-2. I think he's probably just gonna make the 5. Yeah, that looks strong. Okay, and a 6-2 from Gare. That's pretty perfect. I think you just hop out and make the 15 point in the outfield. Try and escape the blitz. And obviously Paul's now still got 2 checkers back, so he has to work on potentially getting those out as quickly as possible. All right, 6-2, I think maybe you just work on the board. So maybe bring one down 13-7 and then 6-4 and aim to make the 4 point next roll. Okay. He's looking at, okay, so he's brought one out from the back instead, but still slotting the 4 to make that next time. Decided not to strip the midpoint, which looks fine. Okay, 2-1. I think that's probably going, well, he either makes the 10 point or he hits on the bar. Yeah, with the opponent's stronger home board, he's decided to make the 10, which looks nice and safe to me. Okay, so now Paul's having a good think about a cube. So what's the race? 34, 42. Oh, he's okay. He's rolling before I'm going to get to finish the count. That's fine. So yeah, I think potentially he's going to swing that one around the bend. It massively minimizes the shots. Okay, 4-2. He's just going to make the point in board and try and keep that back checker trapped. Okay, 5-2. That's a good shake, so we can make the 4 point. Getting the welcoming committee ready. Yeah, okay. Yep, I like that. All right, 5-2. So a couple of options here. We can clear the 15 or you can play like 13-8 and then 6-4. I quite leaving the 15 point there. I think that puts more pressure on kind of the remaining 2 points that that Paul's got in the outfield. Means that it's harder for him just to run home with those. Yeah, I like that play. For 1. See, this is really difficult for Paul to play now that Gez left his 15 point intact. Otherwise, he would have just gone from 11 to 6 with this roll. He's probably going to do that anyway, but he's leaving a shot now to do that. Okay. And oh yeah, it's a 5-2. Quite difficult sometimes to see the dice when they land right in the middle of that UK BGF logo. For anyone that's watching, it'd be really great if you hit like on the video as well and subscribe to the channel. It's really good for backgammon and the algorithms and all that stuff, all that good stuff that I don't really understand, but they always say like and subscribe, so it sounds like it must be right. Okay. So he's thinking he really doesn't want to move that 15 point because that's doing really good work and kind of keeping those checkers in the outfield in check. So he's brought 2 down instead. He's really aiming to kind of sending everything at the 7 and the 5 points here to try and trap that back checker. Okay, 2-1 is not what Paul was looking for. I think he just takes it to the 8 point, yeah. So then it's a direct hoping to kind of make the 2 point and have a full board in the near future for when he hopefully gets a shot. Okay, double 4 for Gare. So I think at this point you probably just swing them around to the 7 point. 15-7 with both. That's a nice blocking roll. There's plenty of rolls next time, which is going to make the 5, and then it's really making it difficult for Paul to escape. And the question is, if Paul doesn't roll well here, which this isn't fantastic, does Gare then have a cube? And Paul, I think, is going to be really hesitant to step up because then he's really under the gun with all of those builders on the 6, 8, 10, 11 points. Yeah, so he's just going to bring 2 down and hope that Gare rolls something awkward. But if I was Gare, I would really be looking at the cube here. So for 32, 52, 63, 77. So it's 107 for Gare, I think. And then that's 24, 33, 49, 79, 85, 91, 93 for Paul. Okay, Paul's taken the cube, so off we go. All right, double 3, that's a beautiful roll. So it's going to make the 5. And then I think you probably just, you either go 11-5 maybe, or you just bring 2 build. I quite like maybe 11-8, 10-7. Just gives you an extra builder for the 3 point. And double 1. So the question is Paul going to step up to see some daylight here, but he's going to stay back and hope for some awkward rolls? Okay, so 6-1 doesn't make the point. So it's not hugely awkward. It is slightly awkward. So he's going to leave a fly shot now. He's moved up because he does need to make that 3 point if he's going to roll that prime forward. 6-5 is pretty much, well, sorry, it is forced. Sorry, I thought he had 2 in the outfield there. So now Paul's problem is he's run out of time and he's going to start to crunch if he doesn't get out soon. 5-2. Again, it's a bit of an awkward roll, but he's going to make the 3 point. There's only 2 shots with the 6-1. So it shouldn't be too risky. Oh, I saw the 1 first. All right, so 1-3. I think you've got to move up with the 1. Yep, and then 6-3 looks good. Okay, big roll here. So 2s, 4s, 5s, 6s. So 6-1, he could have could make the 6 prime, but then had to break it immediately. So he's hitting with the 6, and then 4-3 is again just kind of diversifying and hoping that he'll be able to cover that 2 point next time. 5-6 does nothing. Okay, 6-4, that's great. So we can make the 6 prime, and now he just brings in the 6. There's no reason to leave the 1-6 super joker here. You just bring it in. Yep. Okay, Paul's rolled a double 1, so that's a perfect roll. He's closed the board, and now you've got rolls like 6-5, which are really awkward for Gare, and this is exactly what happened earlier to me today, so I should have had a trigger warning on that for myself, but that's okay. 5-2 clears safely. Let's just bringing them both in. That's illegal. Yep. Okay, Paul's pointing that out. Yep, that's correct. It's really hard this late in the day. I played 4 matches today, and by the end of the 4th match, I was going a little bit delirious. So it's hard to stay focused for such a long period of time. So these guys have both played 4 matches pretty much through all of today, and then a quick dinner break, and then straight into this mega jackpot semi-final. These tournaments are really labor intensive. You're getting quite tired by the end. Not sure what else he would have been thinking about there. That was a clear play for me. Okay, and no, I mean a double six would certainly have, and that was illegal as well. That was an illegal play. So they were on the 6 point, and he rolled a double three there. So okay, 6-4. Okay, and I think he's noticed it now, but I think at this point it's too late to correct it. Okay, so 3-1. Okay, I probably would just put the spare on the 1 point. Yeah, just hold your 5 point board. There's no reason to break it if you don't need to, because he might get a shot now with like a 6-5. Okay, dice on checkers is not valid for this tournament, so he's going to roll again. And double three. So how many checkers he's got? 4, 8. So he's only got 1 checker off at the moment. So the question is, does he rip 4 off, or is he going to play it more safe? I mean, gammons are minimal here anyway, so I think you just go 3 checkers, 4-1, and then probably take 1 checker off. I'm not sure actually. I mean, he's obviously got to any 6 or 5. Paul's got to run anyway. Okay, Jonah and David both saying 4 off. I defer to your superior judgment. Okay, 4-1 is now going to break the board further. Okay, 6-5 is a shot lever. So it's only 4s plus double 2, so it's 12 shots. 6-5 is not going to do it, so he's just going to run. 6-2 is 2 off, so Paul's going to be pretty unlucky here. Hopefully he will. Yeah, there it is. So it's just going to be a single and 2 points to Gare. And they're playing on. Not sure why. I'm pretty sure it's impossible at this point. Okay, there they go. So 2-0 to Gare. Paris Vido, hi, how's it going? Thanks for joining us. I was telling people yesterday about the variant you taught me in Brighton, -2. I don't know if anyone else has ever played -2. I hadn't heard of it before. And it's basically normal backgammon, but every time you roll a 2, you have to play it backwards. And it's absolutely wild, and it really kind of makes your mind go a little bit strange. And that's including with the bear off, by the way. So any 2s, you've got to move them backwards. Crazy variant. Played a few games, and then I was like, okay, I've had enough of that. Oh, hey, Lawrence, how's it going? Hey, Tapio. Glad everyone could join us on this lovely Saturday evening. I say lovely Saturday evening. It's been pouring with rain here all day, so it's been a lovely day to be inside playing backgammon all day. So, right, 6-4. So he's come in with the 4. Okay, and he's playing the 6 into the 3. Okay, 3-1. So I think I'm just making the 5 point here. You could make the defensive anchor, but particularly with that blot there, you kind of want to keep 1 back on the 24 so that you can hopefully scoop that up on the next roll. So 6-2, Paul's not able to cover that blot. He could run to safety with that checker on the 21. Pop that on the midpoint. I mean, obviously you can hit on the 5, but that looks pretty wild considering that Guerra's already made his golden anchor. Yeah, lovely typical English weather. You forgot the word summer in there, Tapio, as well. This is lovely typical English summer weather, pouring with rain. Why do I live in this country again? I forget sometimes. Okay, so Paul's really having a good think and trying to figure this out. I mean, you know, the other option is, I guess, hitting on the 1. You've only got 8 in the zone, so I don't really see what hitting on the 1 point does. That's constructive. Okay, he's going to hit on the 5. It's a big play. Yeah, I agree, Jonah. I think Paul should have just run to the midpoint there. And now Gare is considering a cube briefly, but he's played on. Double 3 is a lovely roll, so he's going to hit. He's going to make the 3 point probably. I mean, he could also hit twice, which is an interesting idea because that would pretty much also always stop Paul from making that 5 point that he slotted, except if he rolls a super joker like a double 1 or a double 3. Yeah, I quite like this. It's a nice solid play. Okay, and yeah, okay. Paul really needed that. That was a great roll. So he made the anchor and he's made his own 5 point. So that's probably held off the cube for Gare for now. 3-2. I think at this point I won't be making that 22 anchor. And bring 1 down. Yeah, that looks good to me. It's giving Paul good 6s, but that means he has to break that front anchor if he wants to hit, which he probably doesn't want to do at the moment. 4-1. I think you're just bringing 1 down, 13-8. What else would he be considering? He can't move anything from the 21. I mean, you don't want to put anything behind. Yeah, okay. Fair enough. So it's leaving direct 6s for Gare. But it's nice diversification to then hopefully make his bar or his 4 point. 4-3 is not hugely helpful. I think I'd probably just... Oh, that's quite a big play. I might have just brought 1 13-6 there. This leaves a lot of shots. That's a huge amount of shots. So you could hit on the bar point, you could hit on 3. I think he's probably going to hit and make the 3. And then, yeah, move 1 up from the back. That looks all right. So he can then kind of use that as his launching pad to jump out. Yeah, I like that play. Okay, he's still having a look at some other options. So he's played, yep, okay, that's the original position there. If anyone's interested in transcribing any, you know, any interesting positions or giving me shout outs when there's missed cubes and fun stuff like that, that'd be really cool. I love that when I'm watching and people are doing that on the chat. If I was sitting at home, I would be doing that, but I can only do so many things at once. Okay, that's another, yeah, that's another interesting play. The problem with that is that, oh yeah, okay, he's played that pretty quickly. So there's quite a lot of returns here because you've got direct 6s. So, well, the double 6 doesn't work. Okay, and now, yeah, Paul's gone for that really quickly. I was going to say, is Paul going to think about a cube? So he's got a 4 prime. He's probably going to make it a 5 prime or attack that 3 with everything that he's got and then just try and bring those back checkers around. So 3-2, he's just going to hit, yep, point on head, that's right. And then next he's going to try and make that 4 point. Certainly now that Gare's entered 1, he really needs to stop Gare making that point. So he'll make it or he'll hit loose with any number that he can. And that is pretty much the only roll that misses. So 3s, 4s, 5s were all hitting numbers. 6-2 doesn't do much. So I think you just run. I would have considered leaving that there and just run all the way from the back. personally. So double 5 stays on the bar. So now 3s and 4s. Yep, so he's going to hit with the 3 and then come out again from the back with the 6. That's pretty much forced because the other 6s are blocked at the back. Okay, double 2 is a beautiful roll. This is going to come in with both and step up. So now he's got direct exits of 5s and 6s. That was a great return. Okay, and now it's quite awkward for Gare because he's completely stripped in the outfield. Unless, of course, you roll double 6s because, you know, when you roll like that, this game is easy. Just bring them all the way around. Yep, that's perfect. So now he's got plenty of landing spots for those checkers on the midpoint. Double 6 for Paul is way too fast. So now he's got to just bury those on the 1 and 2 points. And now, unless he gets that spare off the 18, ASAP is going to start breaking his board. That was way too fast. So Gare is thinking about a redouble here. So that's 6 9s are 45, 65, 68, 71, 83, 93, 98, 104, I think, for Gare. And 24, 94, 96, 106, 16, 18, 20, 25, 130 for Paul. So it's a 26 lead, 26 pip lead. I'm trying to see if there's any awkward rolls. So 3s, 4s, 5s are all good. Most of the 6s you're all going to be able to play. Yeah, I'd be looking at redoubling this, I think. You're not going to do a huge amount of adjusting for the score at this point. It's only 2-0 to 11. You know, obviously if Gare had a much bigger lead, he'd be more wary of getting a big cube into play, but at only 2-0, I don't think that really comes into it here. Yeah, I like the redouble. So let's see what he's going to do. So basically for Paul next, I mean, he's got to immediately be throwing kind of 4s and 5s to get that spare off the 18. 3s are going to be bad because he's either going to have to come up from the 21 and leave one there exposed, or he's going to have to break his board. Okay, he's doubled and Paul has snatched that. Okay. So 5-4s, great, brought it down. Okay, David thought it was too early. Let's see how it goes. 6-1. So I think you just play that from the 9. Yep. Okay, double 3. So the problem is that Paul doesn't really want to move up, I don't think, because then that just means that Gare can kind of freely play behind the bar point. Oh, the original cube was too early. I see what you mean. Yeah, double 3 is awkward. So what's he played? He's played 2 in, and now he's deciding whether he's going to come up. I don't think that he can. I think that he's got to play 6 to 3. No, he's bringing them up. Okay. I mean, he's still got a really big race deficit, so he's going to need some big numbers to catch up here. 3-2. Yeah, you just play that. Yeah, and then yeah, you can cover the 2. I mean, you probably won't need it, but it looks probably better for distribution than the alternative. Okay, 5-4. So you just clear from the rear here and hope that you can clear in safely. Both cues were too early. Everyone in the chat is shouting. Fair enough. They're just trying to make it an exciting match for you guys. This could be over sooner than we would like. Yeah, slotting the 4 looks good. Because if he's going to get a shot, it's going to be soon. He wants to have a perfect board when he does. Okay, 5-3. So he can't cover it, but I don't think you can leave. I think you've got to stay. So yeah, he's going to stay for another roll. Double 5 is a perfect clearing roll. So just bring 2 in, take 2 off. Don't think about it. Yep, just take them off. Okay, and now Paul has got to put his running shoes on. 6-2. So that's 1 crossover. I mean, 8's the average, so that's decent roll, but he definitely needs to do better than that. 5-1 just gets 1 off. 5-3, just bring it around, I think. Yeah, that looks fine. Oosh, double 6. Okay. Too much work now for Paul to catch up, I think. So it looks like, barring anything ridiculous, that Gare is going to be 6-0 up after 2 games, which is definitely where he wants to be. But let's see, double 6. Okay, so it takes 3 off. But Gare's already got 10 checkers off. So even if he rolls 1s and 2s, he's slotting them for the next roll. Okay, double 5. I mean, there are some sequences here, but that is not one of them. It was like 2-1 followed by a double, followed by 2-1 followed by a double. Would have done it, but we all know those things don't happen in backgammon, right? Never, ever. 6-0. And Paul's looking very relaxed, but it looks like he may be taking a short break potentially, which I wouldn't blame him after going down 6-0 so quickly. But I mean, they've only been playing for half an hour. Yeah, he's gonna go and have a quick break, which is fine. David, yes, so the final of this will be tomorrow. No, sorry, the final of this will be this evening, I believe. I'm going to check the schedule actually before I just put that out into the ether. Let me see where it is. I've got a bunch of tabs open on my phone with all of the schedules and various bits and bobs. Okay, so let's have a look in here. So UKBGF. So there's definitely, after this is obviously the semi-finals. So there's only 1 more match. I was fairly confident that the final is going to be tonight. Right, the UK Open 2024 schedule. No, not 100% clear. So while they're on break, I might go and actually find that out so I can let you know. I'll be back in 2 minutes. All right. Sorry about that. Quick break. I went to ask a question. By the time I came back, they were playing again already. But I've just had confirmation that, so obviously, as I said before, this is a semi-final, so there's only one more round after this. The idea is that the final will be played tonight, and I guess, potentially maybe streamed. But it depends on the players. It depends how late both the semi-finals go. If it ends up being too late, then they may end up playing the final tomorrow. And then for the super jackpot, that was 32 players, so there's an extra round. So they're only in the quarterfinals at the moment. So certainly they'll play one or two matches tonight, and then they will play the final tomorrow. Okie dokie. And just having a quick look at the chat. So the entry fee for the mega jackpot was 250. That was correct. And there was 16 players. And then the super jackpot entry was 100, and there was 32 players. Triflingly small sum jackpot. That's a really catchy title, Simon. I think they should definitely go with that for next year. Okay, so we've got a double three. Okay. Oh, wow. This really triggers. I don't have OCD as such, but I really hate it when people don't have the checkers all the way down on the points. And Gez 6 point is currently driving me mad. Hopefully, he pulls those down shortly. Okay. And I can't see. Is that a 6? Yeah, 6-2. Okay. So Paul, I mean, at a deficit of 6-0 down, is going to be looking at pretty much any excuse to. Oh gosh, did they not recenter the cube after the last game? Yeah, right. I was like, sure, I can't have missed a cube and a re-cube, particularly at this score. They did forget to put the cube back. Hopefully they will correct that. I'm not sure if I need to go and tell them. I might go and whisper to Mate and see if I'm meant to interrupt. I'll be back in a second. Okay, so I just had a quick dash around to find Mate and let him know, and they've now agreed that they didn't recenter the cube. So that's now been done, which is good. And what action have I missed? Okay, so Paul's on roll. Can't see any dice. So I was thinking about cubing. What's he got? 39, 79, 81, 96, 6, 1, 10, 14, 18. Here's 124 versus 39, 41, 81, 91, 95, 125. I'm pretty sure it's 1 pip difference, if I'm counting this correctly. God, if any other quick counters can correct me in the chat. I think it's 124 to 125. Obviously, Paul has the direct shot, but if he misses, then he's got those two that he's got to get out and around. Yeah, okay, so he's hit on the 3, but again, the 6 is quite awkward. Does he want to play it to the 4? I think he probably wants to play it to the 4 and slot it to cover next time. He's leaving a ton of blots this way. So double 1, 1, 6, 4, 3, 4, 6, 4, 1. 4, 1's a hitter. Oh, was my count correct? Thanks, Simon. I normally just count in my head. So if I get it wrong, then obviously I'm just making a mistake. But if I'm saying it out loud, you all know that I'm wrong. Okay. So obviously Paul's got one on the roof, but he's got so many return shots here. Yeah, Jonah, big double, big take at this score. Yeah, there's just a huge amount of shots here. He's got a 1-point board, so Paul's going to have absolutely no problems getting in. Yeah, and Gare's taking, okay. And I'm thrilled to announce that after about 45 minutes, I'm no longer alone in the chat. Hi, Mike Island.
Hello, Mary.
How's it going?
I've got a glass of red wine in front of me.
Cheers. Cheers to you. Is that bad? Does that mean that you've lost your doubles? Or you
No, I'm not even in the doubles.
Oh, you're not in the doubles.
Commentating on the doubles. I didn't realise this is actually the singles.
No, this is the semi-final of the Mega Jackpot.
Oh, right.
So this is Paul Moulton and Gare Pedersen.
Yeah.
And the winner of this will play the winner of Tobias Helwag and Ken Goulding.
Okay.
And that will hopefully also be tonight, unless they finish crazy late.
Right.
In which case they'll agree to play it tomorrow.
Okay.
Because the Super Jackpot's only at the quarterfinals because they had an extra 16. They had a bigger field.
Oh, okay.
So the Super Jackpot finals will be tomorrow anyway.
Oh, and this is Mega Jackpot.
This is the Mega Jackpot. So this is the 250 entry for 16 players.
Okay.
We've also still got the Super Jackpot going, which is the 100 entry 32 players.
Right.
And they're on the quarterfinals at
and
the moment.
They're both 11 pointers, are they?
They're both 11 pointers, that's right. Okay, so while I've been blathering away, Paul has made a 5-point board and Gare looks like he's in a significant amount of trouble. He's going to need a 1 to feel even remotely comfortable here. A double 1 would be a great roll. 1, 2 is fine. And you can see that Gare is already 6-0 up.
Yes.
That's after 2 games. So it's 2 points and then 4 points.
And there's been a cube in this game.
There's been a cube. So Paul's cubed quite well. I was kind of running around all over the place because we realised during this game that they hadn't recentered the cube. So I had to go and find Mate to let him know. This is a little bit... Oh, no, okay, so there's still one on the bar, so that's okay. So... Yeah, I was going to say, is he going to slot the bar here? I don't think he's got any choices really anyway. It was forced, wasn't it? Yeah.
So only a super joker here. I think we'll keep...
Yeah, that's the focal end. Nearly there.
Keep Neil alive, I should say.
Yeah.
I can't see the beginning of his name.
Gare.
Gare.
G-E-I-R.
Gare.
Yeah, Gare Pedersen. I don't know Gare, but I obviously know Paul really well. Paul's been having tons of success recently. He just he got a British Backgammon Award today, actually, for the most improved player of last year because he last year was winning all over the place and he increased by about 250 points, I think, on the rating system, which like broke all records since the rating system began.
Yes. I don't know how those points work, but it sounds like a lot of points.
Yeah, tons of points. He won the Cambridge Open earlier in the summer.
Oh, so you mean his rating has gone up by 250?
250, so, exactly. Yeah, last year.
Right, that's quite significant.
Really significant. And I think last year was his first year playing in the Masters, and he made the semi-final of the UK Open last year, I believe.
Right.
And lost to he made the final.
So he would have lost to Ian.
He was runner-up to Ian. I'm fairly confident. Yep. I remember certainly Paul playing Liviu in the semi-final, and Paul. I think it was very, very close match that went to DMP, I believe. And Paul made the final. So I'll definitely be hoping to go one better this time around. And now he's really just trying to bear off safely and not leave any shots, because the only way that Gare claws this back now is if he gets a shot.
And even if he does leave a shot, he's not ready.
No, he's not ready yet at all. So he's getting there, but
saving a backgammon, really.
No one wants to be backgammoned. David, you did not. Well, I say you did not win an award. What award would you like? What award do you think would be suitable? Please let us know. We can put it to a vote. The 2023 Backgammon Awards. It was nominations came from the members of the UKBGF and then voted for by the members. So it's an absolute honour to win any.
So he's still playing for the win here, Skia. I think very soon he's going to have to run out with a checker, probably after this roll. I think he might be running one of those checkers out. 9. I think he'll stay there for one more.
Well, Lawrence has just put in the chat that Gare is a grandmaster from Norway, he believes. So that's no slouch as an opponent. 6-2.
So he's run off the.
So
he thinks he might save this gammon.
Yeah, he might save this gammon, and also, I mean, as any roll with a 2 next, unless it's a double 2, is going to be incredibly awkward for Paul.
Yeah, no reason not to stay for at least another roll here.
Yeah, absolutely.
Can make 2 crossovers here. Or he can make points.
Okay, so he's banking. He's thinking if he gets a shot, he wants to be ready. But if he gets a shot, he might still be able to cover with 2, 3s, and 5s, right? So it's not like, okay.
I think now he just has to stay almost the bitter end.
Yes, I think so too. And obviously, when there's 5 checkers left, a double will not do the backgammon, get the backgammon. Although obviously then sometimes you roll less than a 6 and you can't get out in time, which has definitely happened to all of us.
I think he's probably going to run after this.
Yeah, after this, if he doesn't hit, he'll have to run. 6-1. So this is he's just got to do both from the 3.
Yeah, and if he doesn't
6
hit,
off, and then 3-2.
He can't stay against 4 checkers.
Against 4 checkers. Yeah. No, that's right. And you're not going to get a shot, even with 2s and 1s. You're not going to get shots.
Exactly.
If you play them correctly. Yeah. So, okay, 4-1. And I mean, he's still got to go because the risk is if he doesn't, he might not get out.
Yeah.
If Gare doesn't roll, if Paul doesn't roll a double. So you're just going to save the backgammon. Okay.
I'm still thinking about saving the gammon.
I mean, he could.
Yeah.
You know, he could still save the gammon. It's not necessarily 2 rolls. It could be 3.
He may roll a 1, and Gare has 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 crossovers.
Yep.
To save it.
3-2. 3-2.
Doesn't look likely.
So double 6, double 5 gets them both in the board. That doesn't do it. So again, okay, so it's got a chance. Double 5, double 6.
Double 6 will save it.
Yeah. Double 1 will not.
No, so 6-4, as I suspected.
Okay, well done, Paul. It's always a good feeling when you're significantly behind to get some points on the board. To get 4 points on is a great feeling.
No, I didn't see the double in that game. Was it an early double, Marion?
Yeah. Relatively early, but you know, obviously at that score, it has to be.
Yes.
I think honestly, I was too busy kind of running rounds trying to find people about cube. Well, I went for our lovely viewers. I went to find out whether the final would be played tonight, and in the process, I locked myself out of the commentary room.
Oh,
Because I didn't realise that it was lockable behind self-locking. So then I had to go and get myself a pass to get in. The first of which did not work, so I then had to find a second pass, and then obviously the Malaki with the non-centered cube. So I wasn't necessarily present for all of the last game, but I'm focused now.
So the viewers had to make their own commentary.
The viewers just have to figure it out, but we've got some extremely knowledgeable viewers in the chat, so I'm sure they were perfectly fine without us.
That was my play there, the double hits.
I really wish they wouldn't stack checkers like that when they put them on the bar.
That's not so good for us, is it?
And I don't like it for me either. Like even just, when your opponent is stacking their own checkers, like on the 6 point or something, I always want them off, like in the middle of the row below so that you can really clearly see.
Oh, I see, yeah.
Rather than, some people stack from the bottom and then you can't necessarily see how many checkers are on there.
But if you put the checkers on top in between the other two,
exactly, then you can really clearly see where they are.
Duplicated.
It's to me, it's actually crazy how many really super experienced players don't do that. Like I think it's wild. But that's just me.
So 2-6. I can only see 1-6 here. I think it's got to be. Oh, that's not the 6 I expected.
Well, he came in with a 2.
Yeah, I thought he was going to run from the 4.
Yeah, okay.
But he's behind in the race, so I think he's thinking that
staying back.
That Gear wants to stay back.
So I think he just made the 3 point. Yeah, nothing fancy. He still doesn't want to put his checkers properly on the 6 points. They are hovering. I don't like it. Okay. 4-3. So it's making the 2, and then I think slotting the 5.
I think it might be the double slots.
Yeah.
Oh no, I didn't realise
he covered. Yeah, he played 6-2, so he'd covered that.
Yeah.
Already.
That's my play too.
I think that's a 4-2. So he's just going to point.
Yeah.
On that, he's not that worried about his blot on the ace. Because we all know, like, no, you don't really want a blot on the ace. If you put something on the ace, you just want to cover it, or you just want it to be hit and recirculated. Doesn't really care that much about getting hit because of Paul's blot and his 5.
Yeah.
Quite like to go back and pick that up.
Indeed. But he's got great roll there.
Yeah, he's made the advanced anchor. That's
so
exactly what he wanted.
The mutual holding game. I'm just looking for the pip count on here.
There's no pip count. I'm getting much quicker. I can do it. And actually, if we need to be counting, I can do one color and you can do the other color, and then we'll be even faster.
Trying to work out who's ahead here.
Okay. Well, I'll count. Do you want to count?
Yeah, blue must be ahead, surely. Yeah.
Do you want to count? You count white, and I'll count blue.
Right. 24. Make white 143.
Okay, and blue is 123 after the roll.
Okay, yeah. So
it's 20 pips ahead after the roll.
Right, yeah. Double 2.
I mean, yeah, you could have thought about coming down to make, the 11 and block those ones on the 5 from being able to run, or the 20
I think
even.
I might have done that. I think.
But then you've got the whole stripped too many points situation going on. So I can see that it was a bit awkward. I understand his play. 6-4 is going to cover and bring one down.
Yeah.
Yep. That's a great roll.
No, blue's ahead, so blue wants little contact.
Yep. Blue wants to just run around as safely as possible.
It's that or make the ace.
That. Yeah, I guess. It's going to be tricky to bring those 2 on the 13-14 home now. I would have thought about making the ace.
With that 4-1.
With that 4-1, but I think that was fine.
So 6-1 would be ideal for blue next. Or a double.
Or any double. Not even a big double, but a big double would be good.
Yeah.
Even double 3, double 4 would be great as well.
Oh.
There's a double 4. I was chiding Jason Pack last night on that because every time he said something, it came out of the cup. And I told him off for talking in front of the dice. But
right, I'll sing a cube here, Marion.
6-3. So he's still significantly ahead of the race, isn't he?
He's also ahead on the score. So
yeah, but
gonna
only
think
a
hard about
little.
queuing.
He's also 5 away, so it's not 5 away, 7 away. It's not really that exciting from a score point of view. So what's that? I kind of lost track of what I was doing with the. Should have kept a running count. So 654, 60.
So what colour are you counting?
8 blue.
Blue. I'm going to do white. Okay. 49, 59, 62. I make white 102.
Okay, and blue's 95.
95.
So it's only 7
tight.
pips.
It's quite close.
That's really tight.
Yeah, so this must be a take.
Yeah, absolutely
Blue,
must be a take.
blue,
So it's like,
those
is
are
it even a
close.
cube if it's that
Yeah.
close, I guess?
Yeah.
Be interesting. Let's see if he deliberates for a little while. I can put this in the I can put this into XG, but
Now you've got your XG. Are
yeah.
you quick enough to put it in?
Well, we'll
Okay.
see.
I'll be
We'll
really
see.
fast
Yeah,
to
I'm
get
not.
that
I'm not quick
instantly.
enough. Well, do you know what? First of all, I have to actually get it. My problem was that I was bearing off in the wrong direction as my settings. Is that right? So that is now the correct direction. So next time,
Right.
I'll be ready. But yeah, it was Pete Heskett super quick at that. So he was doing some when we were commentating last night. That was very handy to. Obviously, XG Mobile is not as reliable as XG on your computer, but at least gives you a decent indication. Yeah, David Sutton, certainly not a cube at 7 pips, so I agree. So now there's starting to be some awkward rolls. Oh, 3-4's one of them. He can't clear either of those points. 2-1. Paul's got the welcoming committee ready.
Okay.
5-3.
Great roll.
Yeah, that's a great clearing roll.
Still
all even on the outside as well. So even if he gets a big double, like a 6-6, 5-5, that plays safely.
6-2. White's preserving. Paul's preserving his 6. Now, any 1 or 3, it's awkward here.
5-1's not great. He's still got to wait. Oh, Alex Ashagian's in the chat. Hi.
Kia needs to roll without a 1 or 3.
Yep.
Apart from double ones, of
6-1,
course.
6-3 is really awkward.
That's a great roll.
6-5 is great.
So now only a 6-5. Spore Gears Day.
Yeah.
5.
So he's just going to run with 1. That's fine.
You pick and passes as well here. Oh,
there's the 6-5. See? Don't need to say it in front of the dice. It happens. We all know. All know it happens. Okay.
1 to turn it on its head.
Yes, it is Marinose. And we've got Mike Island sitting in the chair next to me.
Okay. So he's not going to hit. It's going to go for the race instead.
Yeah.
And blue
and
strong favourite, but
well, he's only got 1 checker off. So she's absolutely a favourite, but it's not certainly not out of not out of the question.
Okay.
2. That's not great. He's only getting 2 off, but move some freight, as they say. Still got that gap on the 4, which he doesn't love. 4-3 is going to take 2 off.
Yeah, White's going to need a joker here or another big double. 6-1.
6-1's fine. He's just trying to not roll 4s for the next couple of rolls. Double 2 is awesome. Takes 4 checkers off. So Paul is really going to struggle now to catch up from here. 3-1's not going to do it.
6-5. This must be Jim.
Very nearly. He really needed a double there. 2.
Less blue ready for 2.
Yeah.
Ooh,
and
okay.
a small number. Yeah.
So now 2 doubles for Paul.
Yeah. Oh, look at that. He
Look
he popped the queue of 2s up. He's ready. And it didn't come through.
Okay.
That time. Yeah. So he's resigned. Okay. So 8-4. 3 away, 7 away.
So how are you on your match equities, Marion? What chance do you give Gear here?
I'm shocking at match. I don't know match equities at all. It's a gape. You know what it's like when you're studying backgammon. You've got certain areas of focus, and you've got certain things. I've been focusing a lot on my, on certain things like my pip counting and different areas like that. And that is an area that I have not yet addressed.
Okay. Well, this is one that I have been looking at.
Please tell me things.
But I don't know them off by heart. No. I'm going to say.
Well, what use are you then?
I'm going to say that that Gear is about 70-75%.
Okay.
At 3 away.
Yeah, that's a great
3 away, 7 away. Probably
so double
more,
4 is taking the golden point and bringing 2 down.
Okay. So gets Paul right back into it.
And Alex says 3 away, 7 away is 76%.
76%.
Very good.
Okay.
Yes. Very close.
Which Alex is that?
Shagan. He always seems to know all the stuff. So if he puts 76%, then I believe him.
Oh, that was very quick. I'm sure that he said that from knowledge. I don't think he could have looked it up that quickly.
Oh, for sure. Yeah.
So, Paul's thinking about a double here. He's got hits with a 4.
4s are duplicated to hit.
But he's got a lot of great rolls. Combinations of 2, 4, and 5.
I think it's too early. So 4-3, I just think you hit and go to the midpoint. No,
I don't
or
know.
He's looking at hitting twice.
He's got a poor board. Blue has a 2-point board.
Yeah. Okay, so he's going to hit twice. Yeah,
that's what I was actually thinking.
Fair enough. Yep.
Yeah, I think that's the right way to go. That's what I was looking to.
Oh, Alex has said he's got it from XG. I don't memorize stuff. I memorize stuff. I just have to focus on a bit of stuff at a time. Okay, 4-6. So he's going to enter with a 4 and then just pop it straight out, I think. What else are you going to do? You're not going to slot the 7. You're not going to break the 20. Yeah, just come out.
I'm just not sure who's ahead in the race at the moment. I think it must be quite even. Maybe Blue is slightly ahead.
Double 2's a nice roll. Yeah, you just make the 9 and the 20.
Yeah.
That's really nice. Obviously, you'd like to make the 4 as well, but it's not important really at this point when your opponent has the golden point already. 6-4. I think you are just bringing them both to the 9. No.
It's either that or it's, exactly what you said.
You don't want to throw one on the 2.
No, that's what I was thinking, but that's, you're right.
I think, that's, well, I mean, obviously you could, but I think it's just too deep. That was illegal. Yep, that's cool. He's pointed it out. Yep, that's the one. Alex has hopefully noted that he's memorized 7 away, 7 away, 5 away, 5 away, 3 away, 3 away. And funnily enough, they're all 50%. It's wild. How do you even remember that? That's crazy.
Yeah, when you look at that diagonal line across the table.
That's
they're
the
all 50s.
such a coincidence. I don't understand. Right.
That's assuming equal skill levels, of course.
Of course it is. Yeah, of course it is. Right. So 5-4. Oh, he's bringing 2 down. I don't know if I would have done that. I think I would have made the 4 and slotted the 2 because his
Lost his
back
midfield.
checkers are really disconnected now.
But Blue is ahead in the race, and he has cleared a point. But yeah, it's going to be.
But now
a
he
job
needs
now.
big doubles
Now he needs
to
a big double.
Yeah, to get those around.
Get those 205 points.
Or at least have a much stronger board so that if you have to run with one, like your opponent has to, you know.
Now he's got a chance to escape because there's 3 blots and white board.
Yeah, yeah.
Gear is thinking, right. No, he's not.
Unfortunately, it's rolled a 4-1, so he can't do anything. That's a shame. I mean, you know, the first thing that I think about now, you know, when your opponent leaves 3 blots like that is how can I exploit this position?
Yes.
And the number one way that you can often do that is by running off a back anchor because your opponent doesn't want to hit you if they're going to leave all of those shots. But unfortunately for Gare, Paul cleaned them up immediately and made a nice 3-point board.
Okay. So it's 5-3 for Blue.
Okay, he's popping one on the ace. I guess that's fine. 4-1. Now, do you bring one down 13-8?
On the board.
You don't really want to pop the extra one on the 4. He's got the golden anchor, so it's still, you know, it's quite risky for Gare to hit.
Oh, I thought
that's
that was
nice.
a hit.
Yeah. Going to come out with the 2.
But yeah, I think that's the
That's a really nice roll. Yep.
And now
now
Paul needs to safety that checker.
Yeah, he's gonna.
And then that will give Gare a chance to escape.
He's not. He's going to leave it. He's going to bring it down.
Okay, so he's definitely going to bait here.
Yeah.
But if he can get both his checkers out with 2 high numbers.
Yeah.
Oh.
But obviously, when you're behind in the race, when you're behind in the score, you want complicated games because you want big. You want gammons and backgammons. You want big wins to kind of claw the scoreline back. So he's trying to complicate the game, whereas Gare is trying to make it as straightforward as possible. Yes. So 6-2. Unfortunately, the 6 would make a lovely board, but then he's going to break it straight away. Yeah. Okay.
That was my play.
I like that. Yeah, I really like that actually.
Because even if Blue hits.
Unless he rolls up double 1, he can't hit and safety them both. Yeah, that's a really good roll. Really good choice, actually. 3-2 doesn't do much. You just dump that on the slot, the 2. Hope for the best. 3-1. I think, make it and slot the 3. That looks good to me.
Makes it harder for Blue for Gare to escape his checkers.
Yes.
We've got 4 numbers instead of.
I mean, it's easy when you roll like that. You just bring them all the way around. Keep going.
Yeah, because it's still a race. Wants to block the double 5.
Yep. And I guess he's about 20 pips ahead or something like that. The main difference is just those 2 there. So that looks like about 20 pips or something.
Yeah, Blue is quite significantly ahead. 6 crossovers to get in compared to 8. So 8 for whites for Paul.
10, 20, 50, 60, 70, 75. So Blue is 80. And that's 20, 40, 49, 57, 87, 90, 94, 98, 101. 11 pips in it, I think.
11 pips.
Yeah.
So,
but Wade has, and that's after the roll because Gare is thinking. So yeah, then that is a cube. 90 to 101 in this position.
Because of the scoreline, I think it may not be.
Well, at 3 away?
At 3, even at.
I'd quite like the 2 points to get to Crawford.
Yes, there is that. Yeah, that's a good point.
Because I don't think it's not really gammonish.
No.
And I think it's probably quite unlikely to. Okay. Yeah, I like the cube.
But Paul's going to snap this up.
Yeah, I think. Yeah, but Paul is laughing, and that's the face where he was like, "Damn it! I was hoping you weren't going to do that to me. What did I do now?" Yeah, and I mean it is a take.
It's 11 pips in it.
11
that
pips,
scoreline.
exactly. Yeah, that's
I mean, at level
absolutely at the scoreline.
or in a money game.
Well, that's
it
the point of last take, isn't it? In a money game
would,
or evens.
Generally, yes, about 12%.
Yeah.
And
well, I use Trice's formula, which would be 11 pips, I think.
Okay.
Well, or I go from 90, so then plus. Oh, it's at 10 pips, 10 or 11 pips. So it's probably a take for money. So
that means that this scoreline,
it's a big take. Yeah,
it's got to be a take.
Yeah. Alex says 80 to 101. Oh, did I miscount?
Oh, okay. Well,
so it's 10, 20, 50, 60, 70. Oh, you're completely right. It's 80, of course.
Okay.
Well, I got 90 somehow.
Right. In that case, I didn't actually count. Yeah, blue does look a long way ahead. Counting myself. White's on 30.
Yeah, and as Tapio says, if white rolls double six, he's still behind. So really,
350. White's on 90.
101 should be.
Oh yes, I've counted. Yeah, I've counted wrong. 24. White's 101.
Yeah, that's right, and blue's 80.
Right.
So if that is the case, then wow.
Oh,
he's taking it.
I actually would have passed it.
Oh yeah, at that different 90 to 101, I would have snapped it. At 80 to 101, I would have passed it. But okay, yep. He's just going to play that. Obviously, double six is now going to leave a shot, but I think that was the safest to clear the 10. The other play was left too much of a gap.
Okay, double six leaves a shot here.
Double four. It doesn't leave a shot, but it's awkward. He's got to clear. He can't leave a shot, so he's got to clear the 7 and go 6 to 2. Yeah, I don't know why he's putting it back. You're not going to leave a shot with that board. You have to play this. It's not pretty. And any combination of 6, 5, 4 that's not a double next is going to leave a shot.
Correct.
2, 1 is not great either. Obviously, he's not going to hit. A pick and pass number would have been great, but he did not.
Now, if white rolls boxes, then he's got a decent race.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, because blue's starting to get wastage now as well. Okay, you just put that on the ace. Yeah.
Thinking about running.
He's thinking about running. I don't think so. I think you've got to stay back. There's quite a lot of awkward rolls.
As you rightly said, combinations of 4, 5, and 6 that aren't doubles.
5, 3, and again, if he doesn't roll a 6, next he can stay again, and there's still all those awkward rolls as well as like 3s now. So 6, 3, 6, 4. 6, 3, 6, 2, 6, 1, double 6. Look at this, and is ahead.
I wouldn't say that white is favourite.
Double. Oh, I thought that was a double 5. It's a 5, 4. Okay. 4, 2. Okay.
Good. Taking checkers off the high points.
So the thing is, obviously, Gear's not going to have any misses here, and as soon as Paul rolls a 1, he's going to have a gap on the ace point. So he's holding off for a little bit here. Pop dice, going to try again. 5, 2, takes 2 off. So it's 10 and 11. So Paul is a roll ahead.
Yeah, but he can't afford to miss a single checker.
He can't afford to, well, yeah, he can't afford to miss. Yeah.
2 off every time.
But he's definitely thinking about, I mean, at this score, 6, 10, 6, 7, 8, 10, 11, yeah. I mean, even if he does miss once, he's still ahead on roll. Gare's going to have to roll a double to
Oh,
go
you're right.
ahead. But so 5-1. Yeah, so Paul's got 8 checkers left and Gare's got 9.
9, right. So Paul
So
can
it's
actually
4
the
rolls, 5
miss.
rolls. But yeah, so there's the miss. And so now, yeah.
Really very close.
Yeah, very, very close. And I just don't think he's quite there. He's just got to.
So it's a 7 plays 7.
On. Yeah. 7 plays 7, but again, he can afford to miss one.
To miss one, but does not want to leave any gaps. Right.
Okay, and then he's just got to play 2 to 1.
2 to 1.
Oh no, okay. 6 to 5. I would play 2 to 1 there.
3 to 2, I meant. No,
3 to 2.
yeah,
Okay.
Not 2 to 1.
6-5. Okay. Paul can't miss again, and he can't double here. Double 2, so he only gets 2 off. That's not ideal.
So he's got to roll 2 off twice.
Yeah.
Roll a super joker. Okay.
David thinks he's missing doubles. Is anyone looking at these? 5-1. Uh-oh. Oh, did Gare roll a double?
So only a double 3.
I was looking at the chat and I missed it. Oh, there we go.
Yeah, it's got the double.
Yeah. Okay.
But Paul made a game of that. That was a lot closer than I was expecting.
That got crazy close, didn't it? That's what we like. We like exciting backgammon. So it's 10-4 and it's Crawford, so no one can cube this game. Hopefully they're going to remember to put the cube. Yeah, and I'll put it off the table, which I really like on Crawford games, just in case. Particularly this time of day, you've been playing all day, everyone's really tired. You don't want to forget that it's Crawford and actually chuck the cube, you know,
and I
chuck
actually
the cube out there.
Put, just as they are now, put
on the
scoreboard as well.
Yeah, absolutely.
That eliminates any doubts.
There's sometimes it's tricky to find it. Obviously, they're struggling to find it here. And so some people just go, whatever, don't worry about it. But I agree. I do. Tapia said no, he didn't miss them at the end. The board is beautiful. So this is an Art Gammon board. Art Gammon's been the sponsor for UKBGF for a couple of years now. I've got a couple of their boards. They're absolutely beautiful. They're really lovely to play on.
Yeah, your lovely red board. I really enjoyed playing on that.
Yeah, I've got a beautiful red and pink board, which sounds quite garish, but it's beautiful. Subtle red and pink. So I won the intermediates event here last year. And that was the prize board last year. So,
okay.
And Art Gammon are sponsoring all the prize boards again this year. And I believe this is probably the prize board that the stripping board that they're playing on. And they've got the beautiful metal ringed checkers as well. And it's kind of hard to see with the lights, but they're this beautiful pearlized finishes. Have you seen these up close? Or?
I have.
Yeah.
Almost starting to see the pattern.
It's like mother of pearl. Yeah, it's beautiful. They're really beautiful. So yeah, great sponsor and very popular boards. You see them more and more kind of popping up. Lots of the UK players are buying them, I guess. So they really like the boards.
I didn't have so many balls already, and I'd definitely be investing in one of these.
Yeah, absolutely.
I've just got too many.
Yeah, I concur. Yeah. And they're Turkish board maker as well. Okay, so he's got and very competitive prices. Absolutely, Alex. Definitely, decent price, but certainly not as outrageously priced. They're very competitively priced. So I would not be unhappy to spend what they ask for a board.
Okay, I missed that checker on that loss on the 5 point there. All right.
Okie dokie. 6-2 is great. That enters and hits. And there's blots all over the place. So Gare really wants a 3 or a 4 here.
Okay.
5-2 is even better. So he's going to make the golden
5 point shorty.
Yep. What else are you going to do with that?
No, I'm trying to
So
call
making
favourite
that
here in
permanent
this game,
asset. Yeah.
and I'm not sure who it is.
I'm
Oh,
not sure there is one yet.
well, I think there is now.
That's a nice drive.
Oops.
But yeah, I would have considered hitting on the 4 there, double hitting.
Yeah. Gammon's no particular benefits.
6-1, that is not a good roll. And he's going to hit it now. Yep.
Yeah.
So I would have done that before, I think. But I see, you know, he wanted to make the advanced anchor. I get that, but I would have hit with the 3 and the 2. Because if Gerard made the 4 and the 5 point, that is awkward.
Yeah.
For Paul then. But it doesn't matter because Paul has hit it and made the 4 now.
Mm-hmm.
And
a few returns here.
Yeah.
That's not one of them. Yeah.
No. Yeah, come in deep. That looks right.
Yeah,
and then just bring one down to the 8 point.
Contact now.
Yes.
And Gear doesn't mind losing a gammon at this score.
And
so you can afford to play a little bit openly.
Yeah. And this is also the concept that I was talking about yesterday. And a couple of people have approached me since and said, I really loved what you were talking about yesterday. And I can't take credit for it because it's Julian Fetterline's concept. But do you know about Zonk?
No, I don't.
Zonk.
Enlighten me.
Zonk is the zone of no contact. And what he's basically talking about here is leaving checkers back.
Right.
As far back as you can.
Right.
Particularly when you're behind in the race. Because when you move them up, the defensive player, exactly. So when you've got an opportunity to move your goalkeeper up, particularly when you're behind in the score, behind in the race, you don't want to do that. You want to leave the guy as far back as possible, because if you do move it up, you're leaving your opponent with a zone of no contact, which basically means that every time he gets a really awkward big number, he can just chuck it behind your anchor, and there's no risk. Whereas if you're leaving the goalkeeper back there, you're making a lot of those big rolls really awkward for your opponent. But I'm just a sucker for a catchy acronym, basically. So I just like being able to say zonk.
Does sound good.
4-2.
So the zonk has shrunk.
The zonk has disappeared, actually. 4-2 is really awkward. I think you just clear the 8.
Oh, I see. So I thought the zonk was the area from all contact from blue to whites.
So zonk would be like when blue had his checker back on the 23.
Oh, okay.
And he wants to leave it back there to make things awkward for Paul, but he had the opportunity to make the advanced anchor, which he did.
Okay.
I don't think I would be doing this.
So Paul is thinking about slotting the 9 here.
Yeah, but I don't think he needs to. I just think you
can clear a point.
You just clear the 8. You know, I mean, Paul's got a stronger board, but he still doesn't want to get hit here and lose this advantage that he has. Like, he's clearly ahead in the race.
Yeah.
He just wants to get home.
Yeah.
So why, as Paul, why would I leave a shot now and get hit? That is really ugly. I would not be doing that. So Paul is thinking about saving 6s, I guess, but he's got spares on the midpoint, so there's no real rush to, like 6-2, 3-6, 3, 6-4, 6-5 also play fine from the midpoint. 6-1 obviously doesn't play at all.
No.
It's the 1.
No, 6-1 would be forced from the 8s.
No, I mean, but if he clears the 8 now,
I see, yes.
then 6-1, you've only got a 1 to play.
Correct.
So I think this is definitely my play. I wouldn't be looking at anything else.
Yeah, he's gone for the dangerous play.
Okie dokie.
He hasn't got away with it.
No, and I think you're just hitting, aren't you?
Yes, you are, because
what other opportunity are you going to get?
There are some gammons.
Yep.
He gets hit, but Gear doesn't mind losing a gammon. Doesn't want to lose a backgammon, of course.
No. But I think is he going to get another opportunity if he doesn't hit now? So 2-1. And it's a shame he can't kind of leave it on the 16 because that would then duplicate 4s. But I think you just got to go 18 to 15.
Yeah. Yeah, I don't see any other play. I mean, to play 8 to 7, but that leaves 4 blocks. And you don't really
that's
need to do
too
that.
loose, I think.
Yeah, even though Paul has a blot on his 4 points. Paul's got a stronger board.
And yes, everyone in the chat is correct. The board maker is playing in the tournament. And he was awarded board maker of the year. So as I said, it's voted for by the UK BGF membership. So obviously a very, very popular board maker.
And also Aiden, his UK salesman.
Absolutely.
He
Who
received an
is a gentleman much like myself. I would describe as someone who can talk underwater with a mouthful of rocks.
Great.
And I happily take that description for myself as well. 3-6. I don't know. I might have just brought one from the 15 to the 6 there. Because now he's just created another point in the outfield that he's got to clear. But that's okay. 6-2, yeah, that's great. You just make the bar. So
check on the 11's
a broken 6 prime now.
Okay, another dance.
Okay,
I think Paul might be regretting leaving that blot now.
Yeah, I mean, it was a risky play. I'd be interested to see. So now, are you coming out from the 20? Is my question. Because you've got to get those guys out sooner or later.
Yeah, that could have been the opportunity.
I would have gone 20 to 15 there.
I think I would have.
Okay, 6-1. And he would have got away with it, and he would have got a shot. I mean, he's getting a shot anyway, but okay. Let's see what he can produce here. 6-5. Yes, I think you just bring down those two, and you're just desperate to make the 4.
3-5
next roll.
6.
So 2s, 5s, and 6s.
Yeah.
Will make that 6 prime next roll, and then he can just stroll home with those back checkers at his leisure. Double 4 is just not really very helpful. I think he's just got to come down from the midpoint and
can't even avoid leaving another blot here.
Yeah. I would go, because that duplicates 2s to hit and to make the 4.
It does, good spots. There is a 2. Oh, I think he actually...
No, you make the prime.
Yes, just make the prime.
You just make the prime. Don't think about it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Doesn't need a gammon.
He might even end up being able to fish here, but you just make the prime because now he can't be primed in by his opponent, so he can just stroll home. So 6-4. You've got to leave a blot anyway, so yep, just do that. It's fine.
Paul probably wants to be hit here, so he can make the ace.
Yes, absolutely.
Might improve his timing.
Okay, double 3 is a great roll, so he's going to roll that prime forward, make the 2. And unfortunately for Paul, this is now where he begins to crunch. And so it's likely that by the time he gets a shot, he's not going to have a board to be able to contain his opponent. Yeah, that looks good. Putting it on the 6 and then just bringing one out. So rolls like 5-1. I can leave a shot. Okay, 3-2. You can leave it. You can afford to leave it there. Yep, absolutely. I mean, he probably doesn't need 2 checkers, but it wouldn't hurt.
No, it definitely would eliminate, if he does pick up second checker, eliminate Paul's racing chances.
Yep. So it's looking unlikely now, but that is, that's okay. I think I'd just go with the back one now. You don't really want to bury that checker from the 9. Yeah, that looks good. Five one, just got a 1 to play. So he's trying to maintain a 4 point. He might be able to hold the 4.
Should be able to, yeah.
Obviously, all of his 4, 5, 6 plays. So it's only any small rolls that he's going to have to. He's going to have to move, and he's got plenty stacked on the 3 as spares, which is nice. That is illegal. Oh, yes, obviously. No, that's
it was on the 8, was it?
It was on the 8.
Is that legal?
No, it wasn't.
No.
It wasn't legal. He's gonna continue. Okay. Probably. I'm fairly confident it was on the 8, but anyway. Let's have a look. I can have a look back on the. There's the 3 double threes. Oh no, I was.
It was on the 9, was it?
Yeah, no, it was on the 8.
It was on the 8. So
Yeah,
played illegally.
it was on the 8, so it was an illegal play, unfortunately.
Probably wouldn't have made a lot of difference, but you never know.
No, but I mean, as he closed out really quickly afterwards, so yeah, it's a shame. I mean, it would be ideal. You know, we say this all the time. It obviously depends on, you know, how much manpower you have for these sorts of tournaments. And tonight is very, very busy.
Yeah.
You know, there's like 100 people out in the main room playing doubles, as well as these other matches going on in other rooms. But it's ideal, particularly for, you know, the mega jackpot is the event that has the kind of the most money. Although the main probably has more money, I guess. But you know, it would be helpful to have a monitor on these sorts of matches. But okay, big doubles are going to leave a shot. Double 6, double 5, double 4.
Okay. It's not one of them.
6, 4 is fine. 6, 3 is fine, but again, 6, 5, 5, 4, 6, 4. But we're going to leave shots next roll.
Might have to be a big double or a dance there.
Yeah.
3, 2.
Okay, and it looks like Paul's run in the mega jackpot might be over. But I'm trying to think whether I believe that Paul might still be in the main. Let's have a little bit of a look here. Oh no, Paul is not still in the main. Let's have a look for Gare.
Oh, that's Jin now. Roll the double 6. But
Okay.
that's too late because it's got one check out too many, I think. Yeah, because then you're going to get 2 more rolls.
No.
So that's
it. That's it.
Paul's realised.
Oh well, that was a shame. Shame for Paul, but good match. And I mean, after 6-0 after 2 games, it looked like maybe it would be quite quick, but it was tough fought.
That's too quick. I've still got half a glass of wine here.
Oh,
so
you better play for the next match. I think
is that the next the jackpot final?
Oh, I don't know. I guess we'll find out.
Right.
I actually really like the cups that come with these boards. Yeah, I mean, all of the accessories are super lovely. Like you've got your matching. I love the score cards, you know, and I think the font on them is really lovely and the black and white, really pretty. I mean, the only thing that I don't love, but you know, it all goes together. But the thing with this board is that the cube blends into the board.
Yes.
You know, because there's no contrast.
Oh yes, I can see that.
You can see,
yeah,
right? So the cube is the exact same material, and it's got like that gunmetal kind of grey.
Right.
So that's, you know, it's really easy, you know, that match halfway through the game where they accidentally left the 4 cube on the side. It's really easy almost to miss the cube because it just blends into the board.
Yeah.
But look, it's all very pretty. But yeah, absolutely. Congrats, Gare. And maybe we'll just leave you for a second. I'll go and see if there's another match that's going to be streamed. So hang around. I'll come back in a minute to update you, yes or no, if you're interested in watching more. 1 second.
may not stay for long.
All right, so I've just been informed that there is going to be one more match on the stream. If you guys want to stick around, it's going to be a super jackpot semi-final. And I think they're just confirming which one is going to be. And if I pull up the brackets, I can kind of tell you where we are in the competition anyway. So super jackpot started off with 32 players. We are now right. So there's one semi-final pair up which is ready to go, and then the others look like they're still at quarterfinal stage. But in the semi-final, we've got Lawrence Powell and Andre Larson. And then still in the quarterfinals, or may have been played, but hasn't been updated in the brackets. They're normally quite quick though, so I would assume they haven't been played. We've got Stephen Atkinson and Afshan Flout, and then we've got Charles Hill and Jason Champion. So I think it will probably be Lawrence Powell and Andre Larson that they're going to stream. But yeah, they definitely want to stream another match. So and I think it's going to be me and Mike staying on the mic, so to speak. So hopefully you guys can stick around. The difference between the super jackpot and the mega jackpot, Alex, is just the entry. So the super jackpot was there was 32 players and that was £100 entry, and then the mega jackpot was 16 players and it was £250 entry. So just, that was the main difference. All right, so I'm going to pop away for a few minutes while they get this all organized. I'm going to go to the bar, obviously, and I'll be back in 5-10 minutes. Okay.
Okay, two black. Okay. It's better for the.
It's a little bit better visible.
All right, everyone.
And
Welcome back, slash hello again. So we do have another match this evening, so I've now switched. I hope they will update the title, though it's not too far off. It's the Super Jackpot Semi-Final, not the Mega Jackpot Semi-Final. The Mega Jackpot Semi-Final was the one that we just watched, where Geir Pedersen defeated Paul Moulton. So this is now the Super Jackpot Semi-Final with Andre Larsen and Lawrence Powell. And it looks like they're just having a bit of a chat over the board, but they're going to start shortly. So if anyone new has joined the chat, welcome for this lovely Saturday evening of entertainment. And if anyone's interested in transcribing positions, giving Sham watching the chat for the whole time that I'm blathering on. So if you feel like putting in any commentary or anything that you'd like to say, do pop it on the chat. Hey Bernard, how's it going? Yeah, it is great to see Lawrence back after his accident, David, and he is on absolute fine form. For anyone unaware, earlier in the year, he got into a little bit of a accident in his car and was very much banged up and broke pretty much one of everything, and then was very much on the road to recovery and then hurt himself again. But I think he's now finally on the mend, and it's great to see him back and in great spirits and obviously playing really well since he's made the semi-final. So that's awesome. Okay, so on to the action now that I've dispensed with the pleasantries. So double four is a great roll. So he comes in, hits, and makes the five, pretty much all of the things that you want to do. Double six is dance, and are you immediately thinking of a cube? I think yes. So he's got 11 checkers in the zone. He's got tons of threats. He's ahead in the race. That's a double, and I feel like as blue, I would have a tough time taking this. And yeah, he's going to pass. He had a little think about it, and then he decided that he would pass, which I completely agree with. You know what it takes half a second to reset your checkers to starting position, that you haven't really made a lot of progress in the game. Okay, and we've got Julia Hayward, our UK women's captain, UK BGF member, board member, joining me on commentary. Hey,
Hi,
Julia.
everyone. It's nice to be joining you. Just crashed out of the doubles rather quickly.
Oh dear, who was your partner in the doubles?
Andy Gilbert.
Okay. Who was runner-up last year in the intermediates at this event? I beat him in the intermediate final. And you guys actually did it, and also, so I know that actually you guys partook in this year. There was an excellent initiative this year, which I think, you know, part of the great thing about playing doubles, in particular, if you're a player of an intermediate level or someone who's not quite as good, it's a really awesome opportunity to learn from other players. So particularly if you can get paired up with a player who's better than yourself, or even just if you play against an awesome pair, because they're discussing their moves in front of you. So it's literally like just sitting there and having a conversation about strategy and things like that. And you can learn a whole heap, right?
Yeah. Well, this year we've deliberately had a group of masters offering themselves to be paired up with intermediates for the challenge. Some very unusual pairings, but seems to have worked out very well.
Oh, great. Okay.
Gives you a chance to understand people's thought processes a bit more if you're sat there talking them through all the time.
And I mean, I saw it on the UK BGF Facebook, did a post about kind of, okay, we've got these half dozen masters players that are interested in, you know, we'll pair up with an intermediate, and all the intermediates I spoke to absolutely were leaping at the opportunity. So it sounds like it was a successful endeavour.
It worked very well, and I'm sure we'll do it again. So where are we with this match?
So it's literally just started. There was a cube and a pass in the last game where Andre was blitzing, offered a cube and Lawrence very wisely dropped. And yes, you're probably correct, guys, in the chat. Andre Larson does often go to Brighton. I've met him in a few tournaments in England, actually. I think he comes here quite regularly. He's also turned up at kind of a club night in Highgate that I go to. But certainly Brighton is a tournament that he frequents regularly. Right, let's actually focus on the game here. So 5-5 is not the best roll from Lawrence because I guess he's got to clear the midpoint, but now his back checker is just completely stranded. Three, 2. And I'm thinking it's just too risky to come up from the 23, right? Or
it's stepping right into the point that's Lawrence is going to be trying to.
I mean, if you're going to step up, you'd go all the way out to the bar, right? And then I guess that duplicates 1s and 3s to hit outside and inside, but yeah, too risky for me. And he would have been hit, so 3-1 makes the bar.
One doesn't do anything.
No. Oh, it makes the bar. Yeah, okay. So they've both got primes going, and it's a case of who's going to break first. Yeah, that looks right, I think. I mean, you don't really want to bury onto the ace, particularly when you're leaving fly shots anyway by leaving it there. And he would have been hit if he'd left it. So 6-2. Would you consider running with one of them? Because everything else, it's just a bit stacky, right?
Yeah,
like you're stacking on the 4 otherwise. Yeah. You're certainly not going to play 10-2. So you play 10-4.
It's not bad while the 4 points open. The one you can attack the one at the back, but there is still. If
he comes in high, it's actually better. Yeah. Right. So, 2-5 is a dance. So now 1s, 3s, and 4s are going to make 4 point. 3-5 is awkward. He's just got to clear the 8.
Much else you can do with that.
Mm-hmm. I'm assuming the doubles brackets are not online.
No,
are they?
That's all being done on paper.
They're just being run on paper. Fair enough. Just checking. Oh, and I'm just checking the brackets for the super jackpot. So Charles Hill has won his quarterfinal against Jason Champion. So he's gone through to the other half of this semi-final. And Charles Hill will be playing the winner of Steve Atkinson and Afshin Followed, who I assume are playing now.
Yeah. Well, that's a very good 2-1 there. Makes the outside point. So Lawrence's last checker is now really getting trapped back.
Yeah, and Bernard is leaping in saying recube for me. I'm guessing that was before this roll. Has he moved anything? The 6-4? I'm looking at the YouTube and checking the brackets and looking at the screen, so I'm missing little bits. All right, so it's Andre's thinking.
Andre's pondering the double.
Yeah, I think I'm definitely sending it back here. Lawrence has got to roll a 2 and then a 6 to get out. If he doesn't, Lawrence is breaking his board pretty much immediately, right? like all combinations of like 3s, 4s, 5s. It doesn't have many to play.
Yeah, everything just collapses fairly quickly.
Yeah, absolutely. And once his board is collapsed, I mean, it's, you know, even if he rolls a 3-1 or a 1-1, he can't hold it. So then he just starts to break.
Would you take this as a?
I don't think that I would. Would you?
Probably not. No.
You look like you're tempted. You're very tempted.
I'm often tempted, and that's my downfall sometimes.
Yeah, yeah. You talk yourself into it, right? It's like, yeah, it's just a 2 and a 6. Like, easy.
How hard could that be?
There's so many of those on all of the dice. Like, no, I. Oh, Bernard says it is a take. By how much? Have you looked it up? Can someone give me the stats? I'm such a stats nerd. No, stats.
Lawrence has passed it.
Lawrence has passed it. David also agrees. He says you have to take it.
I still have to take it.
They're discussing the situation. Maybe they're discussing whether it was a take or a pass. We've got some cheering for Lawrence in the chat.
These positions, maybe I have to discuss it more.
Okay, so we're 3-0, which is 8 away, 11 away. But you're still not adjusting too much for this score. It's still too far away. You probably want to be a little more aggressive as Lawrence, but not a huge amount. David's his first thought was a take, and now he's talking himself out of it. Don't listen to us just because we say that we wouldn't take it. I'm wrong all the time. Looks right. Hit and come up.
Send that one back.
3-2, that's good. He comes in on the 2, makes the advanced anchor. Yep. Oh, wow. So Jonas says it was a no redouble take by 0.04, and the pass was a 300 blunder. Wow. I'm surprised by that. Yeesh. I mean, I definitely would have been blundering there because I couldn't find a take, but interesting. Be curious to look that up. And yeah, that's right, Alex. Double gammon is really valuable at 8 away because then that gets you to 4 away. Where, of course, the double gammon gets you the match. So all your 2, 4, 8 scores are the ones that you're always keeping an eye on. 6-3. Okay, so I know you can hit, but I am just making the 5, right?
Make the 3 on his head as well.
You can make the 3.
It's behind the anchor though, so maybe that.
It's behind the anchor. You're leaving an absolute stack of blots, and it's behind the anchor. I would make the 5. I think so. You could also make the 11 if you wanted to. I just don't really like hitting on the bar because then what are you doing with your 6? You're still leaving blots everywhere. And the thing is that he can then use that 4th checker to make the 3-point. And then he's got a 3-4 back game. Okay, Andre's looking at it. Okay, so Jonah's kind of expanded on it a little bit more. He says it's normally a take because the gammon risk was so small with that previous game. It's fair enough. Okay, now he's looking at my play, which is making the 5. But no, okay, he's going to hit and come out. No dice on checker, so he's going to roll again. 1-6, he's going to enter and hit. Or 2, doesn't do a lot. Maybe enter on the 4 and go, yeah, 11 to 9. Yeah. Tidies up. It's an extra builder for the 5 and the 3 as well. 4-3 is nice at points. And 5-3. Yeah, you just come in and hit. I mean, at this point, you just keep. If at first you don't succeed, try again. And he danced on 2-point board. So now Andre is thinking double. And he sends it. So any combination of 3, 5, 6 is going to make 3, which he probably prefers over making the 5. Yeah, he doesn't like it at all.
The position is just so. It's achieved so little since the start of the game.
Yes. Yeah. He might want to reset those ones on the 4-point. Yeah. That's quite an advantage to start the game. Start off with. Yeah. Okay. Four twos, going to make the 4-point. Easy peasy. 6-4. I will be tempted to hop out and make the 9. What do you think? Or run all the way, even?
I think it's worth grabbing the 9 something positive. I think when it's an opening move, there's less value in bringing the 4 down, but actually getting a useful outside point.
Yes.
Good.
And it's part of the prime that you want to make, which involves the 8 and the 6-point. Or certainly early on. Okay, 6-1 is going to hit. 5-1 is going to enter and hit. That's a great roll.
Ooh.
5-1. Well, that's, yeah, okay. That's a lot of blots.
Ooh.
Oh, Lawrence. God, you just hate it when that happens. And so now Andre is thinking again. So even though he's got 3 back.
He's got 3 back. He's got quite a messy position, messy front position and a messy back position.
Yeah. He's only got 8 in the zone. So he's not like blitzing. But as the saying goes, hit, dance, double. So whenever you hit the opponent and then they dance, you generally always stop and think, do I have a double? But I don't think he's got enough here. So 6-1. So you're making the bar in some fashion. I would
bring another one into the.
Yeah, I would bring one down from the midpoint. Because that 1 on the 8 is still acting as a builder or a point that you can make. You don't want to go 8 to 7. It's just a bit too, there's not enough in the zone. I agree. So I'd bring one 13 to 7 and then maybe just like 23 to 22. I mean, he's aiming for the advanced anchor there, I guess. Double 5. I think you are just bringing that all the way around. Or you can come in and then make the 3.
Come in, step out and make the 4. There's quite a lot of options.